You know what that word means?
Your inner self.
Huh?
Your inner self.
Easiest translation is spirit. So we've got two ideas, huh? We've got this thing called spirituality and we've got psychology. I wish you folks would understand that psychology is a small part of spirituality. It's not the whole thing. It's just a little piece. Boy, it would be nice to get past this point. Stop dealing with psychology. Psychology is the most boring, limited subject I have ever seen. Because it really just comes down to one simple little thing. You find something about life intolerable. Your entire psychology is trying to prevent that from happening. That is the complete and total explanation for your psychology. If you won't take a look and see what that thing is, and remove that condition from your willingness to be alive, we will deal with psychology for the rest of our lives, because you can find symptoms of that over and over in every place you want to look, and you can treat symptoms for the rest of your life. Or you can look at what it is that you find so unbearable that you must put that condition on life and say, I will live only if this does not exist. And you can change your mind and say, oh, I don't know, I suppose I can live with that too. And we can move on. Isn't that kind of implicit in this thing called the picture of man that we're going to draw one more time? Don't you get it? We've said about as clearly as it can possibly be said, in my opinion. The word conditioning comes from the word condition. And the way it works is anytime you set a condition on your willingness to experience, you are in conditioning. How much clearer can that be? Stop setting conditions on your freedom to experience, and we can move on and see what the rest of spirituality is about. That's all there is to it. Are you willing to be free? So far your answer has been no, hasn't it? I am not willing to be free to experience life as it is. I won't do that. I will not be free to experience life. So we get to deal with conditioning over and over and over and over and over again. Conditioning is all the ways that you try to prevent the things you are not free to experience from happening. And they're obviously very effective, aren't they? They're working so good. I don't know. It seems to me it would be just a little bit easier to just go ahead and say, okay, I give in. I will have that experience. I'll go through it. I will stop fighting it. I will stop resisting it. I don't necessarily promise to stop disliking it, but that's the way it goes. Although even that is kind of silly. You're going to do it whether you like it or not. It seems to this one it would make sense to just forget about liking and disliking too. I'm going to do it anyway. Belita, when you told me it's intolerable, you must prevent it. Isn't that right? I've got to prevent this. You fail. So then you find a way to distract yourself. Did you actually succeed at not experiencing it? Then why do you keep trying not to experience it? That's what I don't understand. You have failed miserably your entire life. And then you will try again the next time. When does it happen that you just sit there and say, oh, I give in, I will have this experience? I'm tired of struggling with it. I give in, I will have this experience. And get it over with. Move on. The focus is so much on prevention. I can stop this. The greatest vanity that ever was. I am so powerful, I can prevent this experience. What a load of turkey turds. You cannot do that. Almost everyone who comes to spiritual teaching comes to find power. You know that? They don't come looking for spirit. They come looking for power. That is what you all want. The power to prevent the things you don't like from happening. You tell me that's not what your life is about. You haven't found it, well, guess what? I don't have it either. I haven't a clue how that is done. So if you're waiting for me to tell you how that is done, I don't know. You came to the wrong place. I recommend you leave. I don't know the answer to that question. I do not know how to prevent life from happening. I don't know. What I know is how, if there's a how to it, what I know is the freedom to experience life as it is. And as far as I'm concerned, that's better than power any day. Because with that, I don't need power. If a car alarm goes off at 3 o'clock in the morning, I am free to be woke up. I don't need conditioning to try to overpower this experience and say, this is not right, I shouldn't be awakened at 3 o'clock in the morning by a car alarm. I don't know that. It happens. That's the way it is here. I live in a world with a bunch of people who want to be safe, so they insist on making noise all the time, thinking that'll make them safe. Okay, I don't think that's going to go away tomorrow. They're all terrified somebody's going to steal their silly little car. And you have to buy insurance, and the insurance companies force you to have a car alarm, don't they? Because they think that'll make them, it's just, what is going to change here? What's wrong with just freely waking up and saying, oh, I get to get up at 3 o'clock this morning. Look around and see if you can find something interesting to do until you get tired again. What is the big deal about just doing this freely? Instead of having rights, complaining, and all that sort of stuff to try to prevent the unpreventable. That's all there is to psychology. That's what you do. You're trying to prevent a bunch of stuff from happening that is part of life. When I was a kid, I wanted to prevent myself whatever the hell that meant at the time, from having thoughts that I didn't like. I got to share childhood with a sibling that I wasn't particularly fond of. So there were a lot of thoughts about that other person that I shared this experience with that I did not enjoy having, sometimes to the point of murder and mayhem. Gee, I wish they didn't have a head anymore. They'd be a much more delightful person to have around without a head. That was kind of disturbing when I was a little kid, having these thoughts about, I wish my sister would die. That's one of the things I set out to do. Prevent a thought from ever occurring again. Well, I don't know. I just have a feeling there are a lot of human beings on planet Earth that went through childhood with thoughts like that. I don't think that's particularly ridiculous. I know a lot of people really like their siblings. I also know a lot of them don't. And so I bet a lot of kids have sat and wished that their siblings were dead. What do you think? There's nothing particularly unusual about that, is there? I don't mean there's anything wrong with me. It just meant I was a kid, doesn't it? That was the only thing I could imagine at that age, is I just wish they would vanish. Instead of, maybe I can find some way of dealing with this. I don't do that today. I have some annoying neighbors. When they start getting annoying, the first thing that pops into my head is I wish they would die. That is not what happens. And it's very plausible they are really old. They could die at any moment, but that just isn't what pops in the head anymore. Gee, I just wish they would croak. I wonder if I could go and scare them and they'd have a heart attack. I don't think things like that anymore. But that was one of the things that I could not deal with when I was a kid. I have these thoughts. They're horrible. I put a condition on life. I will live as long as I don't have thoughts that are nasty. Okay? And you're not going to live very often, Phil. Because right now you have a lot of nasty thoughts. I'm actually not exaggerating. I told this story before. It is utterly true. When I was about 5 years old, I was informed that we had to move from a place that I really, really enjoyed. And of course, being a 5-year-old, I said, why? I don't want to move. Well, your sister is dying of tuberculosis because of where we live. You know what my response was? Good. I didn't like her anyway. Can we stay? That's the way I felt. Perfect. This will solve all my problems. Now, I will still get to stay here where I really like it because there are frogs all over the place because, that was the problem. It was very humid where we were, and there were all these frogs around, and I really liked the frogs, and I can keep playing with the frogs, and I won't have to play with that brat that you guys brought in here a few years ago. Never liked her anyway. This sounds like the perfect solution to me. Talk about cold, huh? But that's the way I felt. I knew it was wrong, especially when I saw the look of horror on Mom's face when I said it. I knew that you weren't supposed to have that thought, but damned if I didn't. That was the first thing that popped in my head. All right! Perfect solution to my problem. Let's stay here. And I'll have everything I want. Well, as time went along, people convinced me that that was not appropriate. Actually, they convinced me that that was kind of vile and evil and bad. And I sort of caught a glimpse of the fact that that may be true, that kind of wishing other people were dead for your own convenience was the nicest thing in the world. And then I hated myself. There's something wrong with me. I'm broken. I've got to prevent this. But I don't think that's so weird for a 5-year-old to do, personally. What do they understand of life at that point? It's kind of the way most 5-year-olds really are, isn't it? They're just very selfish, greedy little animals. Okay, at 5 years old, I was like everybody else. I was a selfish, greedy little animal that only cared about itself. So? That's one of the conditions I put on my existence. I will live here as this person as long as certain thoughts don't happen. Well, they did. And of course, the harder I fought them, the more they happened. And I felt really bad. They actually stopped happening when I started having a little compassion and said, I don't think you're as messed up as you think you are. You're just sort of like human. Maybe this is human to feel that way. You might want to find another way of dealing with it. Then they started to disappear when I was okay for them to be there. It's just that simple. I said, all right, fine. I have murderous thoughts every now and again. I'm okay with that. I think it's just human. I don't have to act on them. I don't even really have to like them. I don't have to enjoy them. I don't have to want them. In reality, they just come up every now and again. So what? Then they stop coming up. They really weren't that interesting as I got older. That's all there is to the whole game of psychology, is just looking at the facts, seeing the resistance to it, and realizing that being unfree to experience this is not working, and saying, I give in. I'm going to have this experience and think it's okay. I'm not buying the rules that have been made up here that I have to be a certain way. I don't think they know how I should be any more than I do. I'm not going to do that anymore. I've heard of a set of principles that a person can live by. That's what I've been told. Honestly, I have no proof that's true. I've seen a few people make the effort at it. I've even seen some really do a good job of it. But pretty much the bulk of the human race would tell me that those principles are lies. Love one another? Come on. Where the hell do you see that on planet Earth? We've all heard the concept, haven't we? Do you know that can actually be done? Have you seen it done? It might be interesting to find out about and see if I could live by those principles, but I don't know that I'm going to spend the rest of my life hating myself and resisting the fact that I'm not too good at it, because that sort of just makes me part of the human race, doesn't it? And as far as I can tell, resisting it means that you will never be able to do it. Worse, it means that you will lie and claim you have. Because as I walk through this planet, I hear people talking about how loving they are all the time. How about you? I just don't see much examples of love coming out of those people that tell me how loving they are. Do you? So apparently, when you resist it, and refuse to deal with it and put all these conditions on it, you either get neurotic or psychotic as possible, or pretty soon you just imagine that you've actually succeeded. And then really gross out the next generation who says, that's love? I don't know about you, but that was my experience when I was a little kid. Everybody talked about love, and I looked at what they were doing, and I said, if that's love, I don't want no part of it. This is horrible. That's psychology. That's really all there is to it. If you want to overcome your own psychology, be free to experience anything. Stop fighting. Stop resisting, because that's where all the neuroses come from. I think there was a psychologist a few years back who wrote an entire book where all he did was say over and over and over again that the way he treated patients is every time they'd come to him with some horrible problem and some horrible thing they would do, he would look at them and say, so, what's the problem? That was his big treatment plan. I forget what it was. He was also supposed to be some spiritual guy. Anybody read that book? It was very popular for a while. As far as I could tell, that was his entire treatment. Whatever somebody told them they'd done, he'd say, so? What's wrong with that? And of course they'd tell him all the things that was wrong with it, and at the end of it he'd say, yeah, so? What's wrong with that? And if he could actually get them to say, yeah, I guess maybe it wasn't so bad, they were over it. That was his big discovery. Wow, people's problem is that they hate what they've done. And they hate what everybody else does. Woo. But I don't see that understanding here. That if you want to deal with the psychology part and get over it, that's what you do. You freely experience it and stop fighting all this stuff. Stop playing this game of putting conditions on your willingness to freely experience. So it appears to me that you don't even want to study psychology. You just want what you always want, the power to prevent. Okay? And it doesn't exist. A friend used to say that trying to stop a particular thought was about equivalent to going up on top of a bridge over a busy freeway and trying to keep red cars from going under the bridge. Now, if you can figure out a way to do that, let me know. Thoughts just happen. What matters is the ones that you identify with and act on. Isn't that correct? It's not important what thoughts came up. It's the ones that you took seriously that matters, huh? Well, if you're trying to prevent a bad thought, you're taking it seriously. If you just let it go under the bridge, how long would it last? That's all this is about. I am not free to experience life as it is. I demand and insist that life be my picture of good. And then we've got just a ton of people here who all have a different picture of good, don't we? So then we got to fight about what that is. The last thing I'd ever want to do is have some gang member become the arbiter of good. Hey, you imagine that they're evil and know it. I don't. I think they're doing the exact same thing you're doing, and they're living out their idea of good. And I certainly don't want that idea of good myself. I really doubt that most of the folks who are playing that particular game think of themselves as evil. I think they've got it all justified, just like you do. Got it all explained away so that what they're doing is completely reasonable and the only intelligent thing to do, and actually probably think that you're kind of an idiot for knuckling under to an intolerable situation. Of course, I've seen what some of their idea of intolerable is, which is, you don't respect me. Well, yeah, that's true. There are lots of people that don't respect me. I just don't try and kill them when they show me disrespect. I just figure they're a goofball and walk off. But that's what I've noticed when I had a little dealings with people in gangs. The thing that most of those folks find unbearable on planet Earth, and that they had to set up a condition for that dictated a way of life that we just find repellent, is that we don't respect each other. And by God, their decision was, if you don't respect me, you will wish you had. So I may not be able to command your respect, but I can command your fear, and I'll take that as second best. And I'm sure that in their mind that is perfectly reasonable and right, just like your idea of right is. Because you're playing the same game, only you're just playing it with a different thing that you find intolerable. That's what I found out. I'm sure that's not 100% of the time, but that seems to be the big issue for people who end up in gangs like that. You don't respect me. It's okay. I've got a second best that I'll take instead. You will fear me. It's not respect, and I think they know it, although they call that respect, interestingly enough. They've settled for second best. And they're just as self-righteous as you are. If you live within their little society, they're doing exactly what is ideal and perfect in a terrible world where no one has any respect for anyone else. How do you like them apples? From this point of view, you're no different than them. Let's go through this again and maybe see if you can hear this another way. Can I borrow the watch, Bill? Can I borrow the watch? Thanks. So there is this being. It is life itself somehow. Maybe far more than life, but that's one of the things we know of it. It is life. And it had this interesting idea, which was to create a bunch of physical stuff, it not being physical apparently. And then had an even more peculiar idea to go and live in some of those physical things. Now, there's a side effect from that decision. When life enters into a physical form, you can see how good I am at this. Would you put this on? I have no skill at this. When life enters into a form, an interesting thing happens, okay? A secondary effect comes about, which is called awareness of that presence within matter. So we have the energy or principle or whatever the right word for something that isn't matter, we don't have words for something like this, okay, that just is life itself. It creates a form, it gets in it, and we get a secondary thing, which is, I know I'm here. Every living thing on planet Earth has that, because every living thing has a little bit of life within it, doesn't it? Dogs know they're here. They don't know it very well, but they do at least know they exist, don't they? That's pretty clear. The little buggy knows it exists, doesn't it? I suspect viruses know they exist on some level or another, because the very atoms that things are made out of have that awareness, if you can perceive it. Everything has a little speck of life in it in the material universe. That's the way it is. In the human form, there is a potential for something that does not exist in any other form that we are aware of as human beings. There may be other forms out there with this potential, but as far as we know, human beings are the only ones that have this particular potential. And that is that I can not only know that I exist, I can know that I am God. In the human being, this awareness can know that what is going on is that I am God incarnate. I ain't the whole thing, which is where we get into blasphemy, you understand. But I am a little speck of that incredibly infinite being that is life. And I can know that consciously. Well, isn't that sort of what all the yap about spirituality has been about, with not necessarily religion. I'm aware of that. Religious folks want to make you a separate creation that owes God. Isn't that about right? So, theology, which is technically what that should be called in our language, that's theology, is not religion. It is an attempt to control human beings yet another way, by using ideas about God. And so that's what most of us are taught, isn't it? You are a separate creation, you have a separate existence, and you owe your maker. Just like our parents tried to lay on us, most of us, huh? Didn't most of your parents lay a trip on you that you owed them because they had sex one day? And then they spent several years taking care of you? I don't know, it kind of looked to me like you did that of your own free will, at least part of the way through. I saw you kicking and screaming an awful lot. I don't quite understand why I owe you. It looked like something you wanted to do to me. Why do I owe you? That's a peculiar human notion, isn't it? I made you, therefore you owe me. Well, with the parents, I don't even buy that, you see. I'm sorry, you didn't make me. Someone else did. You were the folks who took care of me, and for that I'm quite appreciative, although I must say you did a piss poor job. But nonetheless, for that I am grateful. I don't understand what I owe you for that. You took that job on, didn't you? Did I make you do it? Did I come here and force you to do it? This is a peculiar human notion, isn't it? That your maker puts an obligation on you. I see no evidence of that anywhere but within human society. There is no obligation on you. You're not even a separate creation. You are still what you have always been, a small speck of God. When that enters into a form, there is now an awareness of existence that did not happen before. It comes from that complex interaction between matter and spirit. Out of that comes a sense of, I am here. In the human form in particular, it can be a much greater sense of I am here, because it's who the I is that's here that can be radically different. Who is that I that is here? Well, it's the same I that's everywhere. There's only one being in this universe, folks, no matter what you believe. And I can know that, which nothing else on the planet can do. There we have the sort of setup here on planet Earth, and life gets a kick out of doing things. So the other thing we put in this picture is all the things you do. One of the things that is an observable fact about life is that he is a real ham. He loves pretending to act out different parts in this complex plays, rather, huh? So over there, he sits there and says, I'm a rose. What do you think of me? I'm a rose. And he plays that part. And over there, he says, look, I'm a rug. And he plays the part of a rug. And then he'll be a little spider that runs from the rug to the rose. He's a real ham, isn't he? Just gets this kick, apparently. I don't know about the kick part, but that's an observable fact. Life has this urge from somewhere to act out parts, play roles. That's going to happen no matter what, isn't it? You are going to act out a part in life, aren't you? Not one of us can look at God and say, oh, no. I absolutely refuse to allow you to play the role of Philip. I won't let you do it. And you'll say, oh, but you don't get it. That is the role I'm playing with Philip. I'm playing the part of the rebellious person who will not play a role. Tricked you. You have to do my will. You have no choice. What else are you going to do? I thought that would be a fun part to play. I always wanted to play the part of the guy who hated God and wouldn't go along with anything he did. And here you are. This is fun. I like this role. And you want to look for good and bad and right and wrong in a minstrel show? It's just a show, folks. Played by the universe's biggest ham actor. Okay. I mean, he is good. You've got to give him that. He is a good actor. At least he's not a bad ham actor, but he really is a ham, isn't he? Any old part he comes up with, he just says, oh, good, let's do that. He doesn't judge anything, does he? He doesn't say, oh, that's a dumb part. Well, if he does, we never see those, though, do we? He sure don't judge the way we do, does it? Because he's busy being that gang member that's all upset that he's not getting respect, that we all think is the scum of the universe. Well, that's God, too. He said, you know what, I want to be a gang member, and I want to put my hat on backwards, and I want to wear guns and knives. I want to pretend like the Wild West is still here. I like cowboy movies. Who are we to judge? The idea of getting beyond all of that is to activate that potential that life gave us as a human being to play our part knowing what we're doing. I am God playing the role of this twitty little guy who walks around in black talking about God. I just got this bug up my ass one day. That's what I wanted to do. And that's what I'm going to do. And you know, it was really weird, but the guy I made to do that, he said, hey, no, that sounds like fun. Let's do it together. Woohoo! Apparently he gets a kick out of that too, when one of these humans says, I like that idea. Let's do it together. Let's know what we're doing. Let's not do it the way you normally do, like, you know, in our sleep. Let's do it and know that's what we're doing. He seems to think that's a grand idea. I kind of presume that's something he desires. It desires whatever. Sex is inappropriate here. God, it does not have a sex, male or female. But at any rate, I suspect this is a desirable thing, or else why would he put the potential there if he didn't want it done? That sort of gives me a clue. Maybe this is one of his things that he kind of thinks would be a good idea, huh? I don't know about you, but if I don't think electricity is a good idea, I don't put it in sockets. You know, if I were going to build a place to make hydrogen gas, I'm not sure I'd go around putting a bunch of electric sockets in there. You know? It might not be such a great idea. I think that's pretty apparent, isn't it? If the potential is there, I suspect that life probably wants it activated, at least on occasion, or he wouldn't put it there. Clearly, it's not that big a deal, because most people never activate it. But it does seem to get a little enjoyment out of it when on occasion that happens. The theory is you're here because you're interested in that. Unfortunately, I think you're here because you've got problems you want to take care of and you're not interested in that. So we spend all our time on psychology. But honestly, if you get past the psychology and overcome the animal part of things, there's a whole other side to this game that's really quite a kick if you want to play. Are there any questions or comments? It really appears to me that we lose sight of what's going on here. We're so stuck in that awareness that I'm this individual and its own unwillingness to experience certain things about life that we forget there's a bigger game going on here. And think that the entirety of the game is to deal with the problems that hating life causes. Because, you know, that really is your big psychological problem, you know. You hate life. Fortunately, most of you don't hate all of life. If you did, you'd probably be dead. You would have committed suicide. But that's your big problem psychologically. You hate life. Just be glad he don't hate you back. Although a friend of mine used to tell a story about that. Would you like to hear a very bizarre story?
Sure.
Once upon a time, there was a fellow named Abraham. And we'll pick it up fairly towards the end of the story because it gets really boring if you go through his whole life, because his whole life goes about like this. We'll pick it up at one particular point. He's running a shop in New York, a little hardware store, and finally starting to make ends meet after starting this business. You'll understand why in a moment, why it takes him a while to get ends to meet. And then he starts to actually make a little bit of a profit. And he's feeling pretty good that maybe finally he's getting there in life, and life won't be such a struggle. And along comes the worst flood that has hit New York in 50 years and destroys his shop and leaves all the rest of them on the street pretty much alone. But his shop is completely flooded. Everything that he is trying to sell is destroyed. He didn't have enough money for insurance. So the next day after the flood, all the rest of the shopkeepers come down to try and find out what's left of their businesses. And they see out on the front sidewalk in front of the hardware store, Abraham beating his head against the sidewalk and wailing. And as they get a little bit closer to their store, they hear Abraham saying, "Why me, O Lord? Why is it always me?" Over and over and over again. So they try to console him. And they say, you know, look, the rest of us are in pretty good shape. We'll help you out. It's no big deal. And he just is inconsolable because this has been his entire life. Like I said, we're picking it up very close to the end because it's just too ridiculous for words to do the whole thing. And at this point, that is about all he can think of. God has got it in for me. Why does he always pick on me? So finally, one of the storekeepers says, look, I've got a little farm a few miles from here. Nobody's been using it for a while. If you want, you can take your family out there. I'll provide food, everything you need to run this farm for a while. And if you manage to make some money off it, I'll even give you a share of the profits, okay? But anything to shut you up. So Abraham takes him up on it. He moves out to the farm. It takes him several years, but several years later, he's getting the farm to actually be a little profitable. And he's looking forward to this year getting his first profit from the farm. And guess what? A fire ravages through his fields, and his fields only, and the crop is utterly destroyed. And since we're picking this up at the end of the story, this time he is inconsolable. No one can do anything with him. All he will do is kneel on the ground and beat his head against the bare earth and scream, "Why me? Why me? Why is it always me?" And all the neighbors by now have come to see this interesting spectacle of a grown man making an utter fool of himself. And while they're sitting there saying, what can we do? This has been going on for hours. We can't do anything with him. Suddenly, this voice booms out of the heavens and says, "Oh, I don't know, Abe. There's just something about you that ticks me off." Fortunately, he doesn't seem to feel that way about most of us, huh? We do the judging here, I do believe. He don't seem to feel that way. Life, everything is just interesting. It's just a part to play. Sounds like fun. And you don't seem to judge. We had a long history here of that old saying, huh? The sun shines on the saint and sinner alike. In fact, sometimes it sort of looks like that other saying, the good die young. And sometimes it almost looks like if you do his will, you get punished, doesn't it? It does not appear that he has much judgment on what we call right and wrong. In fact, I read a story one time that said he kind of warned us away from the idea of good and bad and right and wrong, and said, you know, I wouldn't get involved in that if I were you. It's not good for you. You might be real sorry if you play that game. So we've got a neat setup here. If this interests you, that if you wanted to, what you could be doing is playing the part of a human being, and that's all it is, folks. This is not me. This is a role that I play. I'm a chip off my daddy's shoulder. Just like him. I am the biggest ham you'll ever want to meet, and I think you certainly know that about Phil, huh? It's one of the fantasies that I have, that on the day when I go back to say hi, you know, go home again and say, hi Dad, how you doing? He's going to say, what'd you do for, well, you know, you were there, but if you really want to ask, I'll tell you what I did. Okay, I spent a number of decades being about as flamboyant as I possibly could be. It was a kick. And I think you'll understand, because I think he's a bit of a ham himself, huh? He had every opportunity. I just over-dramatized everything. It was a hoot. Least little thing happened, I turned it into a big drama. It was fun. And boy, did I disturb those folks down there. You ought to see them. I made sure that everything I did, it really upset them. I had a good time. I'd like a vacation. Please don't send me back soon. But it was fun. That's all this is. It's just a big drama. It's an interesting thing. In the midst of playing the part, you get to learn a lot of things. You get to grow and develop. I really doubt that you will leave here the way you came. Unfortunately, for most of us, we leave in slightly worse shape than when we arrived. But I doubt if you'll come through here unscathed. You decide to play the game freely, I think you might come out of this a far greater being than what you came in as. Because we've got another story that a person told in an effort to give people a little sense of what was going on here that you might want to listen to again this time. And the story goes something along the lines of the fact that once upon a time there was a great man who wanted to give a party. Actually, I think it was a feast in those days, but I don't think they had parties back then. But we'll say party, okay? So he invited all of his friends to this party, and none of them wanted to come. They sent excuses instead of RSVPs. I'm sorry, I can't come because. The original story told what some of the excuses were. But this guy got a little miffed and said, you know, I'm prepared for a party. We're going to have a party here. So he told his servants, I want you to go out into the streets and the alleys of the town nearby. And I want you to bring back all the bums and all the cripples and all the winos and fill this house because we are having a party. And here we are. He invited us in. He said, my house is yours. Trash it if you must. I'd appreciate it if you'd take care of it. He did give us those instructions when inviting us here. Please take care of the place. But, you know, we sort of ignored him. Clearly, it's not that big a deal. He does make it very clear, however, that it's his. doesn't he? Because people have this interesting game they like to play here of accumulating piles of crap from all over the world and labeling it and saying, this is mine. Isn't that right? This is my stuff. It belongs to me. And every time life says, okay, you know, you're kind of invited to leave the party. It was fun, but I got more guests coming. We need the space. I notice on the way out, life says, oh, and you know, all of my stuff that you gathered up and said was yours, just leave it by the door. Don't worry about it. People will redistribute it. It's okay. Don't even think any more about it. They'll take care of it, okay? But that was actually mine. You can't have it. It was a fun game. It's an interesting party because, oh, I don't know, we sort of seem to be the scum of the universe, as best I can tell, who were invited into a great man's house and told to treat it as though it were ours, use it as though it were ours. He seems to not even be present most of the time in the flesh, so to speak, huh? Then watch over you. But at the same time, there's a potential here that we do not have to leave as a bum or a cripple. Huh. Unfortunately, most of us refuse. We are so happy being a bum and a cripple and a wino that when given a chance, which I perfectly understand, I've been through this in this world, we won't take it to elevate ourselves. But the opportunity is here. That if you decide maybe you kind of like the way things are, you don't have to leave in the shape you came in on. You can grow and develop and change, and I don't know what you'll be when you split. But it doesn't have to be a bum or a cripple or a wino. That story is a little real to me because at one time in my life I took bums' lies seriously. The lie they always told me, most of them anyway, was, no one will give me a break. I hate living here on the streets. It's just so horrible, but no one will give me a break. And I had just started a new business, so I said, well, come and work for me. I'll give you a job. I'll give you more than enough money to have a place to stay. And if you talk to the other employees, you'll find out that this job is available because the last person got promoted and is now making a heck of a lot more money because I trained them to do a technical skill, yada, yada, yada. Now, one of those folks lasted for more than a week and a half before I'd see them out on the street again, whining that no one would give them a break because that was just a scam. It was the way they took money from people. And it wasn't true. They were on the streets because they wanted to be on the streets. I know that from my own experience because I took them seriously and said, here's a break. I have a lot, but you're more than welcome to use this as a way off the streets if you like. Could even be more than that. Not one of them meant it. And then we wonder why we say that human beings are playing the role of victim. See, we came here apparently as victims, and we are apparently going to leave here as victims, aren't we? No matter what the actual set of circumstances, that I was given an opportunity to be God while I was here. And see how I'd leave if I did that. Really is an interesting party, don't you think? I wish I could give a party like that. Or one of the party favors was immortality and incredible attributes. If you just actually get that tail on the donkey, boy, do you get a prize, huh? Because I told you probably before that in my opinion that is the favorite game on planet Earth, is pin the tail on the donkey. Remember that game? It seems to describe what's going on here very well to me. I played it many years ago, back before they had Velcro everywhere. So we didn't use little Velcro donkey tails. We used pins, just like it says. And they'd put a tailless donkey up on the wall, and they'd give you a little paper donkey tail with a pin through it. And then just to make the game interesting, they would blindfold you so you could no longer find a donkey, and then spin you around until you were so disoriented you had no clue where anything was anymore at all. And then everyone would laugh while you went dizzily walking around looking for a donkey's ass. And that's the way we played the game. Except I think life put a little spin on this game. He thought that was such a fun game that he said, I think I'd like to do that on planet Earth. Except what I'm going to do is I'm going to blindfold everybody. And I'm going to spin them all around before they get here, and they'll forget everything. They won't know why they're here. They won't know where they came from. They'll just suddenly, poof, appear here totally confused and dazed. And I'm going to tell them there's a donkey somewhere. And I'm going to give them a pin. And that if they can just find that donkey's ass and pin their pin on it, I'll give them a great prize, and I'm going to have such a kick while they all blindfolded and dazed poke each other with pins looking for the donkey's ass. It's a kick. Look at those funny people looking for the prize, going, poke, 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 are you the prize? Really what it comes down to. And if you want to, you could get over your hatred for life and live as life, playing this whole thing out. You might even actually find a prize someday and find out that he wasn't just kidding. I really did think that it was just a joke for the longest time. I don't believe it. I don't think there is a prize here. Okay, I was wrong. Once again. If maybe we can wise up and rip that blindfold off, huh? Don't you understand that the blindfold is your belief that you are that person that you're being? That is the blindfold. And we have kind of recommended to you that you take it off, huh? Stop being that, would you? Take a look with your real eyes. Stop looking through the eyes of that limited little twit that is the personality you're wearing. And see what's going on. Get beyond psychology. Any questions or comments? I think it's about time for a break. Yes. Physical body, sorry. Didn't say that. That's the meat. You gotta have the meat. Be no fun without that part. Function. Yeah, that's all the stuff you do, which as far as I can tell is to play out a part, a role in life. So when you arrive here, one of the things that happens is that you get cast into a role. That role is for a particular time, place, and circumstance called family life.
Called what?
Family life. It fits some function that's necessary within that weird little group of folks that you get into that you call your family. You get cast into a role that you play out throughout that time, and then you leave home, and you are never in that set of circumstances ever again in your entire life, because one thing has changed that you can never go back to, which is that you grew up. So even if you go back home, it's changed. You're not that little kid anymore that got cast into the role, except you insist on playing it for the rest of your life, don't you? And sadly, the word, the generalization for that role that we all get cast into in family life is victim. And that's what we do for the rest of our life, is play the role of victim. Poor little me. I'm just so picked on everybody mistreats me. Why? They mistreat me because they even refuse to understand me. I keep demanding they understand me. I explain everything and they just won't listen. They won't even understand me. That's part of how I'm victimized, isn't it? Nobody understands me. We just have the most interesting ways to feel victimized, don't we? Because we're stuck in a role. A particular way that we act out victim for the rest of our lives. You ever get past that psychology stuff, that's part of it, is seeing the role that you got cast into, and then you pick another one. I would not recommend victim. I think once was enough for that one. You could try a different one. There are lots of other roles to play here. They're far more interesting. Any other questions or comments? Okay, let's take a break.
Just north of White Oak.
Okay, so we've got an interesting possibility. Now we sort of deal with the interesting reality, huh? So we talk about that little thing called birth, where we said that part of the game is to forget everything, get dazed and confused, and show up here as though you know nothing at all. And on top of it, do it in such a way that it is pretty much guaranteed you will make an interesting decision about life. The way that it's done is you spend a short period of time, from our point of view, in another world that we around here call the uterine world, which is very, very, very different from the earth world. That place is, in essence, a paradise, isn't it? Your needs are catered to. You don't have to lift a finger to do a lick of work, do you? You just float in utter bliss for a period of time until you're served your eviction notice. And then you go through probably the most painful thing that will ever happen to you in your entire existence as a human being to get here. Isn't that about right? During that whole process, we all make a decision that really kind of looks built in, doesn't it? It's designed to get us to make this decision. Or why go to such a peculiar setup? We make this decision that we know what the purpose of living is. Well, around here we call that the master decision. It's what starts off everything else that determines your personality here on planet Earth, is the statement, which is an utter lie, that I know what the purpose of living is. Based on this experience, I know that the purpose of living is to get back to what I just had, which is paradise, and never have to go through this much pain again. That's what we all do for the purpose of our life. The purpose of my life is to regain the non-disturbed state. That's the way we say it around here. That's what I had a few moments ago before I started this process of birth. I was in a place where nothing disturbed me. I go through this horribly painful experience only to show up here, where things are frequently disturbing. And I decided I know what life is about. Life is to get back what I just had and escape all this horrible stuff that happens on planet Earth. That kind of sets the stage, huh? Now, as time goes along, we develop 6 interesting methods of doing that, which becomes the personality. And we eventually kind of get over the birth trauma, so to speak, and then discover something far more traumatic, a greater pain than even birth, because now it's not just physical. And each of us makes it our personal purpose of living to never, ever experience whatever this traumatic event is that happens to us in our personal life. So this is a general thing we can say about everyone. With a very few exceptions, every human being on planet Earth is doing precisely the same thing. They're trying to escape disturbance. They are trying to create a life that does not disturb them. Unfortunately, their efforts to do that disturb those around them, which is why I like comparing it to pin the tail on the donkey with everyone blindfolded and everyone with a pin. My very search for my personal non-disturbance, because of course I imagine that's the prize, right? Since that's what I want. That must be the prize that I was offered, huh? Non-disturbance, if I can just find that donkey's ass. But when I'm doing it, I'm going around poking everybody else, because of course, who's disturbing me most here on planet Earth? Isn't it everybody else? So while I'm trying to get my perfect vision of reality, I'm bugging the heck out of you, and then of course that disturbs you, so you try to get your perfect vision by getting me to stop bugging you, and that's kind of life here on planet Earth, isn't it? We all walk around disturbing each other. And our excuse is that I'm trying to get non-disturbance by demanding that you change so I can be non-disturbed. And that's just one aspect of it. Then there's all the pain that's here, both physical and emotional and mental, all of which disturbs me greatly. I will put this huge condition on life that says, I will not live if there is pain to me. And start looking for ways to prevent pain from ever coming into my life, and of course promote its opposite, huh? Pleasure. And then people came up with this brilliant idea here on planet Earth, because one of the great games going on planet Earth is to try to control each other. That's very important to us, isn't it? We love looking for ways to control each other. And one of the brilliant ideas that was come up with was to take one aspect of this, which is pursuing pleasure, and make it evil, so that even that would disturb you. A number of quite pleasurable activities have all been linked to evil, haven't they? Because that way I can control you. If I can convince you that you're bad because you like sex, then I can get you to do what I want in order to not be bad about that anymore, and so on. But that's kind of the game that we all join here. purpose of life is to find a way to create a world where there is no disturbance. And our methods of doing it are really quite disturbing. Maybe you folks don't find this world disturbing. Maybe it's okay with you to kind of knuckle under to this outrageous set of rules that we have to live by these days, but I don't know. I personally find the rules that people are using to try to create a place where nobody is disturbed about as disturbing as anything I can possibly imagine. I would rather be disturbed than have to walk around with a piece of paper that proves I'm me, that I have to show upon demand at any guy with a gun's request. I mean, I don't know, that somehow disturbs me. Having to pay to somebody a fairly hefty percentage of every nickel I make so they can provide me with services that most of the time I'm not even interested in. They promise me they'll take care of me in my old age. Well, I'm sorry, I'm just not interested in that. I don't want nobody taking care of me in the old age, and should that occur, I think I will find a friend to do it, if you don't mind, not a nameless body that can't even live up to the promise. Isn't that interesting? But that's part of the money they take from me, is so that one day when I'm old and decrepit and no longer able to fend for myself, they will take care of me for me. I think I'd rather just drop dead at that point, personally. If I am so friendless and I can't find anybody interested in taking care of me at that point, I think it's time to go. I don't know if I want to live off a subsistence income that I paid to a government to squander away, and it's a very weird setup in order to create what is supposed to be non-disturbance. It just looks kind of weird and disturbing to me. I'm okay with it. I have utterly no interest in changing it, but I do find it a tad disturbing. The assumption, the just basic assumption that I will live by all of those utterly ridiculous rules that I run into all the time, I find rather disturbing. I'm not a very good cow. I'm just not. I don't like living by those rules. I do it because they have guns, primarily. That's the gist of it. You're sort of extorted into doing it. So fine, I will do it. But I don't buy that it's leading to a place in a perfect world of non-disturbance. And it really does appear to me that since we've started this game, things have gotten a lot more disturbing. Since we kind of took on, decided the government should be mommy, huh? I mean, that decision was made slightly before I arrived here, wasn't it? The government should be mommy and take care of everyone. And it appears to me that that has created more problems than it has possibly solved. I don't know, because I wasn't here when they were having the problem they thought this would fix. So I'm not certain of that. But I can sure see the results of it, and I don't see anything impressive about it at all. I'm not sure that the government should be mommy and take care of me. That's the game here. Everywhere you look, that's what you see. How can we create a perfect world where everyone's non-disturbed? Well, you can't. The only way to do it is to somehow level the human race and turn them all in, take away the most interesting thing about human beings, which is that they're all different and they all like different things, and what pleases one really bugs another, huh? How are you going to make a world that's non-disturbing for a bunch of folks like that? About all you can do is try and level them and make sure they all have the same ideas, so they're all disturbed by the same thing and non-disturbed by the, you see what I mean? And we are working very hard at getting there right now, aren't we? trying to just take away all those differences and turn everybody into a clone of everybody else. So we can come up with the perfect little ant hill where everyone is non-disturbed. And we do it on a huge societal level. We do it globally. Fortunately, none of us agree on what that non-disturbance would look like, so we end up disturbing each other by having wars about how the right way to be non-disturbing. And it kind of prevents the game from getting done, because if the game is ever accomplished, I think life will be meaningless. But we also do that in our own personal lives. That's what I was talking about earlier. Sooner or later, in our life, we run into something that we find so disturbing that we simply cannot live under those conditions. And that's where we personalize this general idea. So what I am looking for as non-disturbance may have nothing whatsoever to do with you. I'm doing the same thing, but about some particular subject, and that's what forms the whole personality, because all the rest of the personality is a way to get my purpose of living. It is not a being. It's not a person. It's a method that I use to get on disturbance. And this pure awareness that is not a thing and stuck in a universe full of things has a great difficulty. It's very uncomfortable not being able to say what it is. So it has an interesting side effect on us. We constantly identify with something that we are not and say, that's me. Because I don't exist here. I'm not a thing. I'm a spirit. I can never point at anything in the material universe and say, that's me. This is not me. I'm some invisible spirit that lives inside this thing. It's not me. It's a temporary shelter until I get tired of this place. Or it gets tired of me, one of the two. It's not me. So once we start forming this way of getting non-disturbance, we start identifying with that creation that we make and thinking that is me, and eventually completely lose what we talked about in the last little session and become this persona, this mask that we fashioned to protect us from something that was very disturbing and try to get us what would be non-disturbing for us. And that's all that's left, is that mask, which is basically a very complex machine. It's a robot. That's where we get into something beyond psychology. You can do the psychological part. It's very simple. Like I said, even some psychologists are starting to catch on to how simple it is. You look at the traumatic events of a life and you say, well, it's okay. And now all the neuroses and psychoses is just gone on that subject. Because the problem was that I was refusing to have that experience. I hated it. You take that away, and the person goes through the experience, they don't have a psychological problem with it anymore. And the psychology part is really pretty simple. The spiritual part ain't so easy. Because to do that, I have to break that disidentification and say, that is not me. I am not this mask that I designed to try to get non-disturbance with. In fact, at this point, I'm not even sure trying to get non-disturbance is such a great idea. It looks sort of stupid on planet Earth. I don't think it's possible. None of that, that's just old decisions I made. It's not me. I am this awareness. One of the most interesting things that I read when I was very young was when this fellow named Moses met a guy who kind of said, you know, I'm the guy who made all this. What do you think of that? And one of the questions that Moses asked him was what? Well, what's your name? Who are you? He didn't have much of an answer, did he? He's got the same problem we do. What am I going to tell you about something that is not of the material universe in your words that are all designed to talk about physical things? And I thought he just had a really clever answer personally. He just said, I don't need to answer that question because I exist. That's good enough for me. But it isn't good enough for us, is it? We have to be a thing, don't we? We have to have a definition, an explanation, a concrete, I am this. We can't make that same statement, can we? I am. What the hell more do you want? What am I? I don't know. Ask me now and now and now and now, because I ain't going to even guarantee it'll be the same thing each time you ask. I just am. What you're asking me about is what I do. And to this moment, I may do great kindness and gentleness and compassion. And 2 seconds later, what I may do is bite your head off. And I'm okay with that, because I just am. Those are things I do, and I don't have to have a little box that I live in and say, well, if I do this, then I'm me. But if I do this, oh, I must be someone else now. I don't like me anymore. We're very uncomfortable with that, aren't we? Not being able to define me. And most of us, not all, but most of us embark on a great quest at some time in our life to find out who I am. Now, what the hell are you doing but trying to define yourself to you? Who am I? I just change like the wind. Every time I look, I'm a different person. And when I'm with these people, I'm this person. And when I'm over here, I'm someone else. Oh, I'm so confused. Who am I? None of that. It's a dumb question. What's wrong with doing this with these people and that with those people? Why do you have to be one or the other? Why can't you be nasty with these people and sweet with these people and generous with these people and miserly with them? What's wrong with that? I'm uncomfortable with it. I live in a world of things. Things have attributes, don't they? They don't change like the wind. Unless, of course, the wind. Hell, why didn't I think of that back in those days? I could have told everybody, I'm the wind. Of course, they would have looked at me and said, we all knew you were a blowhard. Never even occurred to me. I'm the sea. That really bugs us, doesn't it? That we can't be a thing. I don't want to be a thing. I want to be able to have that same experience that life described to Moses. It's a dumb question, buddy. I don't have a name. I don't have titles. I don't have attributes. I just am. And it's good enough for me. If it ain't good enough for you, well, whew. Anyway, that's part of what happens, isn't it? We start to identify with the experience that we're having and say, this is me, this is happening to me. We lose that whole sense of being a spirit that is the part that is aware that this body, which embodies life, is going through a bunch of interesting experiences. We stop looking at it that way. We start identifying with the experience, with the emotions that it brings up, with the physical sensations, some of which are pleasant, some of which are not, with the thoughts and so on. We start saying, these things are intolerable, they are so disturbing, I cannot handle them at all, I refuse to, I must set up a defense against those, I must fight them with everything I've got. These are the most wonderful things they are, I must promote and ensure that they are the only thing that I'm ever around, and we start this weird struggle for the rest of our lives of trying to create this world where everything is non-disturbing all of the time, and take it all seriously and think that's me. The idea, interestingly enough, that we have in all of this is that a person can't even find these ideas until they question that purpose and say, is that reasonable? Is that what a human being is here to do? To try and create a perfect world where nothing is disturbing. If you really think about that, what you're saying is that you really would prefer to be a vegetable in a paradise, isn't that correct? Where the sun always shined and the rain always came, and you just sat there and everything was provided for you, just like in the womb. You get it? But you don't want to be a human being. You do not want to have challenges that get you to grow and develop and be something more today than you were yesterday, something greater. You do not want all of that. You do not want the life you were given. You want the life of a vegetable. And so we say that a person can't even really get to the point of finding someone with these ideas to share until they've questioned that purpose, because as long as that is the purpose that you're living by, you will see no use in any of this that we are discussing. Now, what's sad is that many question, and they arrive here and they say, isn't there something more to life? And they find someone who greets them and says, oh yeah, you ain't just a kiddin'. And they say, oh good, I was just curious, and walk off. That was enough just to find out they were right. There's something more to life than this. And that's the end of it. Then they want to go back to making non-disturbance again. Oh, well, will you tell me all those ideas so that I can use them to get non-disturbance? Okay, if that's what you want to do. Kind of interesting, isn't it? For most of you, I suspect, before you ever showed up here, it started to kind of dawn on you, didn't it? I think I missed something. Somewhere along the way. I think there's more going on here than, all I seem to be doing is struggling to get a thing that isn't working out. That don't make sense to me. And then you show up here and basically somebody says, yeah, that's about right. And you go, oh good, that's a load off my mind. Oh, okay. So before we go into the personality that is the hows of all of this, you get this so far. So if one really wants to use this information, you got to start here with that understanding that I have fallen into a terrible pit. And I now believe that I am what I am not, and I have lost me in the process, because I I can't say anything about me. I can't be a thing. I can't say that I'm like this because I'm not. Those are things that I do sometimes. If I want to live in the experience of being me, then I must simply be. That's all there is to it. And let it be okay that I have no explanation for what I do. I have no definitions for what I will or will not do. What my limits are, I don't know what they are. All I can tell you is that I've lived here for some 50 odd years and I have never yet murdered anyone. Am I a murderer? I don't know. I'm not dead yet. Let's see what I do tomorrow. You may think that's weird, but that's the way I look at it. I haven't done it yet. Thought about it many times. But so far, every time the urge came up, I said, oh, you know, I really don't feel like doing that. Does that mean I never will? How should I know? I only know that I am. We'll see what happens if the suggestion comes up tomorrow. I don't know. Perhaps tomorrow it will sound like fun, or interesting, or necessary, or any of a whole list of things. I don't know. We're not comfortable with that. I've got to know. Because if I did commit murder, it would disturb me greatly. I must be able to prevent it if it's there. I can't just think, you know, tomorrow I might murder someone and be okay with that. That disturbs me. I can't even understand how that idiot up there talking can just say that like, I don't even believe him. Couldn't mean that. That's insane. It's kind of the game, isn't it? I've got to be something. Okay, you're more than welcome to. You can do it very easily. All you got to do is throw away yourself and be a thing instead of a spirit. No problem. It's very easy to do here, isn't it? It's done every day, many times. Go for it. If you ever get tired of it, let me know. The first little instinctive decision that we make is that it's important that I have my way. Very early. My way, of course, would be non-disturbing. So, if somebody's changing the diaper and they stick a pin in me, I want my way. I want you to get that thing out of there and stop hurting me. And I come up with a method of getting it, don't I? It is important that I have my way, and the way to get it is to complain. Now, this is what we kind of do with this decision as an adult, isn't it? As a child, my way of complaining is really quite simple and very effective. By design. I mean, you got to give that to this being that made all this stuff. He really is a good designer, isn't he? So it occurred to him that for a bunch of beings who didn't like being disturbed, that being entrusted with the care of a helpless little thing would be rather disturbing. So he equipped the adults of those beings with two interesting features in their bodies. One of them is a feeling that very rarely doesn't work. Only on rare occasions does this go wrong. That says, I just can't get over the neatness of that little bitty worm. Ooh, look, it's all pink and wrinkled. Isn't it cute? Well, not particularly. If you really look at a baby, there's not too much that's cute about them, except that we humans have this feeling built in, and we look at them and we just think they're the prettiest thing that ever was, and we want to nurture them and take care of them, and we just feel so good when we're around them, don't we? So, you know, he tricked us, didn't he? He said, I'm going to give you such a good feeling when you're around those little brats that you're going to want to do this horrible thing. And I'm also going to design your nervous system so that they have a power over you that you wouldn't believe, because I'm going to give that little worm the ability to make a sound that will set your nerves on edge for as long as it lasts. So your complaining as an infant is really powerful, because it gets every adult human being within earshot to jump up and say, I've got to stop that now! And X said, but you don't want to kill them because you think they're so cute. He did a good job of designing this whole thing, didn't he? You've got this great power for a short period of time. You know how to get non-disturbance. You start feeling some little strange sensation somewhere that you don't like, that disturbs you, and you let out that scream, and somebody rushes over and finds out what is disturbing you and takes it away, don't they? And often replaces it with a very pleasant sensation instead, huh? And you just say, I've got it made. Man, this is almost as good as paradise was. I don't have to lift a finger. I mean, yeah, okay, it's kind of disturbing here, but it's great. I've got these slaves that were assigned to just take care of my every whim. Yeah, those of you who have kids, you tell me I'm wrong, huh? You weren't a slave to that infant for a while? You were their slave, weren't you? So, you know, I never had a kid, but I remember that. I've got slaves. Okay, they kicked me out of paradise, but they sent me to a place with houris and slaves and the power to command them. So you do that a few times. This is the way conditioning works. You set a condition on life. I will not experience unpleasant sensations. And you do something that takes care of this little problem a few times in a row, and then you make a decision with feeling that this is the way to get this done, to get non-disturbance, when you don't actually know if it's true or not. You've been here for, what, a week? But you know that's what works in life. And it goes unconscious and becomes what you do for the rest of your life without even knowing you're doing it much of the time. And now, if you meet an adult who begins to whine and bitch and moan about something, and you say, I don't think complaining is going to do any good, what do they say? I'm not complaining. Well, what do you call it? And you're sitting here whining at me about how bad all this is and how you wish it would change and so on and so on and so on. What do you call that? And I'm just telling you the facts. It's complaining, isn't it? So here we are, decades later, still doing that same infantile behavior that says that if I just scream loud enough and long enough, somebody else will come take care of it for me, and I won't have to lift a finger. And that's what I want. I do not want to be an adult. I do not want to be a responsible being who takes care of themselves. I want that power again that I had as a child to make you do it for me. And if I just sit here and complain bitterly long enough, someone will take care of it. And that's what we actually believe while we're doing that, as absurd as it sounds. And most of the time, people are not even aware that they're actually complaining. Only on occasion are they aware that that is even what they're doing. And the whole thing is now unconscious. I put a condition on life. I don't have to experience unpleasantness. And I found a way of doing it, and I will do it from then on until I make it conscious again and say, is this reasonable behavior? Is it even effective? When I was younger, I worked a lot of graveyard shifts. So I was often out and about, goofing off, when everybody else was working during the day. And oftentimes I would go to restaurants at lunch hour and just sit and listen to the entire restaurant complaining about their job. It just blew me away to sit in the restaurant with people at almost every table around me at lunchtime complaining about where they were working. And I do remember one day I was just kind of really fed up with this whole thing, because I was kind of a prick back then. And I went up to one group that was just noisily and bitterly complaining about their job, and I said, do you suppose it'll all be different when you get back now? Oh, were they ticked at me. Day in and day out, complaining about the job. Now what the hell is that supposed to do, folks? I've heard the story. Well, it makes me feel better. For how long? 20 seconds? Because I know you're going to be doing it again in an hour. Talk about treating symptoms, huh? I'm so glad I got that off of my chest. But the real purpose of it is, if a person would actually make it conscious again, is that there is a belief from childhood that if I complain about it enough, someone else will take care of it. And it ain't working. It's just making it unbearable. All right, fine. There's something wrong at work. I believe you. I've been an employee too. Now I'm an employer. And I know that I sometimes make the folks' life there unbearable. Watch self do it, okay? Yeah, I'm not arguing with you that this may be a horrible situation. What's that got to do with your method of fixing it? This looks really stupid to me. I don't think it's going to work. Especially since half the time what I was listening to was them complain about their boss. Like, don't you think you're telling the wrong person? Only that boss, I think, can change this. It's just bizarre, isn't it? And we're stuck in it. That's one of the things that we're identified with. We have so many ways of complaining, it is ridiculous. Because once we make a decision like this, we keep doing it over and over and over and finding new ways to do it, and it just becomes this huge convoluted thing that eventually becomes a word that I find very amusing these days. The word is sophisticated, which in every language but American English is almost a cuss word. But we Americans are so enamored with things that have gotten so complicated and so ridiculous that they are now what the meaning of the word is. Sophisticated means, by the way, removed from naturalness. That is the actual definition of the word, unnatural. It has gotten so complex and so complicated, so sophisticated, that it's just bizarre and no one can even recognize it hardly anymore as complaining, but that's what it is. It is not always obvious when a person is acting on this first decision, unless you start looking for it. Like I said, many times they will present it as a simple statement of fact. Well, I'm just informing you that if we were to do it this way, then everything would work out better. And all they're really doing is just bitching at you and expecting you to do all the work of fixing it for them, which is called complaining, isn't it? We've institutionalized it. We call it the legal system. So you can pay hundreds of dollars to have someone else complain for you, can't you? That's how much we like this idea and think it works, and boy, that's effective, isn't it? Our system of, what's the word for it? I don't know. I've forgotten the word. Institutionalized complaining. That is a very effective thing to do, isn't it? I do that for a little while. And I come up with this other interesting observation about life. Now I'm a couple of years old. I've gotten really wise. I have great experience with life. And I make a new decision. I have rights. I have a right to get my way. I have a right to be non-disturbed. Seems that way to me at that time because that's what's been going on for the last couple of years of the life. But I am about to change that. How am I going to change that? By deciding I have a right to it. I am now going to trash it and ruin it, and I'll never have it again. Isn't that a hoot? I bet nobody noticed that little relationship here, huh? When did you lose that thing you decided you had? Wasn't it when you became so obnoxious after deciding you had rights that people had to start knocking some sense into you? Isn't that how you threw away what you had? Isn't that when they started trying to get you to please them? And it is important that I stick up for those rights. We normally, here in this country, call this the terrible twos. That's about the time when a person makes that decision. They really become pretty obnoxious, don't they? They've got rights now. And there is a period of time when all that's going on in that personality is complaining and sticking up for rights, when they're just very difficult to even be around, huh? They're, in essence, at this point, a wild animal that we have got to domesticate and housebreak, huh? But again, we do it for a period of time. It gets us our way a little bit, and it goes unconscious, and now we all believe that human beings have rights, don't we? That's just a fact of the universe, isn't it? Human beings have rights. How dare you trample on a human being's right? We just know that. It is a fact, isn't it? And it came from conditioning. You have no such knowledge whatsoever. If you want to try and set up a system where you pretend like that's true and you protect them and so on, and you want to create that fiction, okay, fine. That's your privilege. You're more than welcome to do that. But it's not a fact of the universe. You have no right at all. You don't have a right to live. As soon as the universe is tired of you, you're out of here. You can form all the right to live groups you like. But the universe doesn't agree with you. Does it? And when it's tired of you, it doesn't go and lobby to get its right to remove you, does it? It just uses the ability it has to take you out. It's just an interesting human notion. I have a right to life that disguises and hides a much more interesting notion to play around with, that life is a gift, that I personally have never appreciated nor opened to see what was inside of the gift. Because I looked at the wrapping on the box that came in and said, ew, you don't like that. I don't even know what's in the box. Life is not a right. You have no right to be alive. It is a precious gift, which you don't really appreciate very much. Because you're busy setting conditions on your willingness to even accept the gift, aren't you? Well, if you're going to give it to me, why'd you give me that part? Why didn't you just give me the good part of life? That's been, as far as I can tell, the greatest indictment that human beings can come up with against God. That he put all this yucky stuff into life when he made it. There's got to be something wrong with the guy. Am I wrong? It appears to me that that's what all the arguments that I've ever heard against God come down to. But he put all this yucky stuff in there. What's wrong with him? Do you agree? That's really what they all boil down to? What a jerk. If I'd made life, I wouldn't have put all that yucky stuff in there. We don't see it as a gift, do we? Or if we do, we see it as a gift that shouldn't have been given. And yet we want to have a right to it. I don't have a right to a job. I know that because I've been out of work on occasion. And all my complaints that I had a right to a job didn't get me one. None of my business, but it would not be my choice. I like being able. Any questions or comments? It's time for another break. Again, one of the things that happens is people get so fascinated by this. This is where all the attention goes. I did not say complaining was wrong. I don't know whether anything is right or wrong. What I said is it doesn't work very well, as far as I can see. That's real different from wrong, okay? So the teaching is not about how good can you get at learning not to complain. I know what the answer is going to be. You're going to get really good at not doing overt complaining, and you're going to get really good at doing all those other forms that aren't obviously complaining, because you didn't get good at being aware of complaining. You said it was wrong and did what you always do, which is improved yourself until you don't complain anymore, and all you did was just shove it under the carpet. You swept it all up into a neat little pile and then swept it under the carpet and said, well, I can't see the complaining anymore, so it's gone. The idea here is just to be aware that this is that self that we're identified with. That's what you think is you. Yes, ma'am.
I do have a question. I wondered if you had this experience of, what if a person was in a childhood where whenever one cried, nothing happened, and then they realized that nobody would come to their aid when they wanted something?
You mean what if? Have you ever seen it?
Yes.
Well, then you know what the answer to what if is. It's very interesting, isn't it? They don't come out quite like the rest of us, do they? Well, you already know the answer to the question. And the conditioning ends up being slightly different. I didn't say this is absolute. I know there are exceptions.
But he's learning a little bit of how to complain, but he
Precisely, but
sort of sees the folly in it.
I know. So why are you asking me a question that you already know the answer to? I don't get it.
I guess I just wanted to verify the existence of it.
But we've been through that before, you and I. What the hell is wrong with your senses? Why are mine better than yours? That's peculiar behavior. I suspect your body works about as well as mine. The problem here is not what you're claiming it is. You want to believe in the absolutes, and I know there are no such things, so of course I know there are exceptions to this, sure. Net effect ends up being the same. They'll pick up the rest of the not I's, and they'll end up in the same boat that we are. They will just have a different personality than you do, which is to be expected. Because while we all get these influences in the life, see, unfortunately, by playing this game, you're not considering the whole thing and saying, but everybody's personality is different. So if he's saying it's all the same, what am I missing? Well, that's what you're missing. The fact that we all make very unique and individual decisions about what we can and cannot tolerate and develop accordingly. And this is a generalization. It is never true about anyone specifically. It's a generalization. And it's up to each one of you to take this and not accept it as some kind of absolute gospel and look at self and see how it applies to you so you can understand what you're doing with your life. Honestly, I don't care to look at what you're doing with your life. I care about what I'm doing with this life. I do find it fascinating that I can use this information to understand other people's personalities. But its purpose was to set me free. So I could see that what I identified with is the fact that people did take care of me when I cried, so I learned to complain. And I decided that I had rights. Boy, was I wrong. And I made all the rest of these decisions, and after a while I thought that was me, and I didn't want to do that anymore. And that's what it's for. Even this thing of non-disturbance, I thought I made that really clear earlier. That's a generalization. For you, it is something very specific that is disturbing you so greatly that it formed a personality around it, and you're going to have to find out what that is for you personally, if you want to understand where your growth stopped, because that's where it stopped. When you refuse to experience life anymore, that's where you stopped. And for most people, it was at a very young age. I meet very, very few people on planet Earth who are older than 8 inside. Because for most people, it happens by the time they're 5 or 6 years old. They've already decided what part of life is intolerable to them, and their growth as a being has ended. And all that has grown from that moment on is the personality. And they themselves are still a child inside of that shell. The moment you say that, I will not experience life, your inner development ends. Because that's where it comes from. It's from experiencing life. Where did you think it was going to come from? Thought? Ideas? Imagination? All those things you love to do instead of experiencing life? No. bulk of our personal growth as a being comes from exactly what we just said, from hitting something that is beyond our abilities to deal with. And then one day, thinking it's nothing at all, it's a breeze. What did that? What made it easy to deal with? I changed. Isn't that right? That's called growth, isn't it? It is overcoming those things in life that I stop and say, no, I will not experience that. That's exactly where growth comes from. When you can say, oh, actually it's not that big a deal, it's a little unpleasant, that's all. You're not the same person who hit that and said, no, I will not experience this, are you? You've changed. You've grown. So unfortunately, when we refuse to accept a part of life, we really have no other option than to go to sleep and become that personality, because our life has basically ended at that point until we change our mind. The awareness is no longer working because it's saying, no, I will not be aware of this. Don't you see that? I will not be aware of this. So you've got to find a substitute for awareness, and what substitutes for is this stinky little self that doesn't have awareness, really. It's a meat computer.
Pride?
Well, yeah, we certainly develop pride, yeah. So, yeah, I do know that there are exceptions to this. Some people, I mean, when I was in the airport, I was just flabbergasted. There was this little girl. She couldn't have been that old. I'm really bad with kids' ages. I'm bad with everybody's ages, but I mean, she was only like this tall. And she's just sitting there crying. Not the loud wail kind, but just crying. and I looked at her and I tried to smile at her. And boy, she just wasn't having it. No, this is not okay, buddy. And her mom had her by the hand and was staring off into the distance at some sign for, the longest time. And then finally gave this curse about something or another she saw on the sign and just stalked off down the walkway with this kid dragging along behind her and never even said a damn word to her kid, who was just sitting there bawling her eyes out about something or other. I don't know what. Maybe it's because she didn't get a piece of candy, for all I know. It could have been really trivial. I understand that. I just found that amazing. That kid didn't even exist to this woman. She was just a thing that you carried along behind you. It was your job to take care of them. I know that happens. It's horrifying to me. But what am I supposed to do? Go adopt every kid in the world because they're being this, it happens. So people like that, they grow up with very different personalities than the rest of us. That's for sure. Don't envy them. But the other side of the coin is that I got lots of attention when I was young. And I grew up just as handicapped as everybody else for some other reason. And honestly, it really doesn't make much difference. It's kind of heart-rending. But the net effect is about the same. We're all in the same boat. And we all hit something that we felt was either given to us that we didn't deserve or withheld from us that we did deserve, and we all kind of end up in the same place in the end. That's been the experience. Is that no matter what all these things are, we all sort of end up in the same place at the end. even suspect that I know what that place is. Yeah. That's part of what makes it not so heartrending anymore. And it's one of the reasons why I looked at that little girl. I kind of have an understanding of something that I really strongly suspect is true. I think that little girl is something very special. Very special. She is a very, very strong being. It is going to take a burden the size of Montana to break her spirit. So life is making sure she gets it. Because as far as I can tell, that is the game that life plays with us in childhood. I will take you this close to destruction. Now, whatever burden anyone gets, it is almost more than they can bear. And it all ends up being the same from a subjective point of view. So when you see someone in life who has a huge, tremendous burden, well, I suspect you're looking at one of the strong folks. And you look at someone else and say, piffle, you got nothing. Well, they're weak. Give them a little time. One of these days they'll grow up and they can handle a big burden too. You're forgetting about subjective, aren't you? And you're pretending like if it's not a burden for you, it wouldn't be a burden for anyone. And if it's a huge burden for them, it must be, for me, it must be crippling them. I don't think so. I think everyone is given almost enough to destroy them. And if you don't like that, hearing that, which I know a lot of people don't, they don't think that's fair. God is such a twit. See, once again, he just designed everything. Oh, I hate to tell you this, but do you know why that's necessary? Pride. That's what it takes to get through your pride. So he can talk to you again and say, you're not the only being in existence. For most of us, he has to take us this close to destruction before we will acknowledge that anything else in the universe exists but me. And we can be a little humbled enough that we'll maybe look around for somebody else to deal with, because I may not be able to handle everything in the universe after all. I can understand why he does it. Lord knows he needed to do that with Phil. He had to bring Phil this close to destruction before Phil would say, okay, maybe I can't handle this. Maybe I need some assistance and I better go looking for somebody to help me out here. That's the way it was for Phil. And it seems to me that that's the way it is. We humans have a real problem with pride, don't we? I think that's part of what this whole game is kind of designed to do, is give us something to work with that'll let us grow into something more interesting than just another one of these snot-nosed people that runs around thinking they're the best thing that ever existed since creation started. One of the things that I've said for years was, well, every moron has that point of view. And during the last move, I moved 2 houses down from a moron. I'd never actually met a moron before. And you know what? I was right. Guy, when he's at home, he doesn't live at home all the time. But when he's at home visiting his parents, one of the things he does is walks up and down the street out in front of the house talking to himself. Or sometimes he rides a bicycle up and down the street, okay, talking to himself. I've heard what he says because he's not like you. He says it out loud instead of keeping it in his head. And you know what? It's just like what goes on in your head. The only difference is that it's, you know, the words are not quite as intelligent. But it's the same crap. He knows how everything ought to be. That's what he drives up and walks up and down the street saying. Well, you know, if I were doing this, it would be like this because I know this just isn't right, and I know that, and if I just had a car, that's one of his favorite things. If I just had a car, then I would know that everything would work out okay for me, and I'd be all right. And if I just don't understand why I can't have a car. Well, we don't trust you with one. Sorry, buddy. That's why. I'm sorry it bugs you so much, but it's not going to change. It's the same stuff that comes out of your mouth. It just doesn't sound as well formulated because his English is pretty bad. No different. It's just a damn machine. I found out that he's no different than the rest of us. He just has a slight neurological dysfunction. He's actually quite a charming man. I kind of like him. And I love seeing the reaction of people who come to visit me. And, there's a madman out on the street. It's not a madman, it's a moron, you moron. He's not dangerous, he's not cuckoo, he's just, you know, he's not too bright. What's your problem? But he's like hanging around outside your house. I know, he likes me. What's the problem? He does that. It is really funny to watch people. They're really convinced that there's this homicidal maniac out there who's walking up and down the street talking to himself. It's pretty funny. One person said, he keeps hanging around your car. I know, he's got this thing about cars, okay? He really wants one, and if you park a car in the street, he'll come up and fondle it. What's the big deal? It's actually been quite delightful and very interesting seeing that the actual mechanics of the self is no different. It's just, you know, that neurological thing that he's not quite as good at putting it all together, but it really is true. Every moron on planet Earth thinks they're the smartest person that ever was and knows how everything ought to be and knows how the universe should be ordered. I mean, we've got a problem with pride, don't we? Most of us are kind of incapable of saying, how should I know? I don't think I know how things ought to be. And there are things I can't do. And so on. So we're kind of stuck with the setup until people kind of get a little over this pride thing. The only way that we really have any hopes that anyone will even try to do something beyond just being an animal going for pleasure and avoiding pain is to break their pride a little bit and get them to see that they're not quite as great as they think they are. It's just the way it goes. That effect, as far as I can tell, is always the same. The person comes as close to having more than they can bear, and then we wait and see if it humbles them or not. And interestingly enough, for most people, it does not. Does it? Any other questions or comments? All right. Way past. Let's take a break. Well, if we're going to eat at 7, maybe we should call it a day. Looks like lots of people are late this morning. Everybody got drunk last night and had to sleep extra.
You want to have a last ciggy?
Huh?
You want to have a last ciggy?
A what?
Last ciggy. Last cigarette.
Cigarette. Oh. Yeah, it is tempting. We're certainly not all here, are we? I think we should wait a little bit.
Yeah.
You got called perky this morning?
Really?
Don't feel that way, huh? Okay, so at this point in our development, we have a rather unpleasant creature on our hands whose total sum of behaviors is to complain and stick up for rights. So we start a process of domestication by getting this child to make a new decision that it is important to please others to get my way. Kind of necessary if we have any hopes of civilization here. If we only had folks running around wanting their way now, which is at the basis of complaining, that's the heart of that decision, isn't it? I want my way now. And there's a whole bunch of corollaries to that, isn't there? I know that if I had my way, then I would be non-disturbed. One of the most interesting, unexamined beliefs that a human being has. Because what I've observed with human beings is quite different. What I have observed goes about like this. I watch people work very, very, very hard to get something they really, really want, and they're absolutely convinced that if they had this thing, they would just be ecstatically happy. Until, of course, they get it. And then they discover that they really can't stand this experience, and now they are working very, very hard to get rid of it. Isn't that about the way it goes? Remember your last boyfriend? Or some job you just had to have, and then as soon as you started working there, you couldn't stand it, and were looking for another one, and on and on and on. And yet somehow that constant experience that you watch going on around you all the time, haven't you seen many examples of that in others and in self, never leads us to question this basic decision that if I had my way, I know I would be happy. Which brings up a very interesting subject that we're going to take a little digression on. So all the time I hear from people, and actually say myself, learn from experience. And from this fellow over here, I get told constantly, don't you want to hear my experience? And he is terribly offended when I say, no. I really don't. Because clearly there is no one experiencing your experience. Or you would question that decision, wouldn't you? You would look at this idea that says, I want my way. And I know that if I had my way, everything would be wonderful and I would be happy. And you would do that a few times and notice how miserable you actually were when you got your way. And from that experience, you would begin to question this idea and say, you know, perhaps what's really true is that there are things that I want and I don't know whether they will make me happy until I get them. Duh. That's really clear, isn't it, from our experience? And yet that question, that decision is never questioned. People do that until the day they die, don't they? I know that if I had this, my way, I know that my way would make me happy. It is never questioned, is it? So there is no one experiencing this. If you would look at the facts, it would be utterly clear. You can relate the experience from memory. It is true. The machinery is functional. The memory is there, but there is no experiencer. If we were to be actually honest in observing what is going on instead of what we believe, no one is experiencing this show, because you do not learn from experience. I do remember having that happen a few times when I finally left home and was in charge of my own life and could arrange it to my satisfaction instead of others. And I started doing that, saying, well, I've always wanted this. I've always believed that if I had this, I would be happy, and I have the means to do it now, which wasn't necessarily the money. But I have the opportunity. I get to make my own decisions now about how things are going to be in this little world that I inhabit. If it costs money, I know how to save money. I'm very good at that. I have the means. And I would go out and get this thing that perhaps for years I had dreamed that if only I had this, everything would be wonderful. And I discovered the very thing that sometimes I'd get it and think, boy, was that a lot of work for nothing, because I don't really care. Other times I would get it and I couldn't wait to get rid of it. And on occasion, it really did please me when I got it. And I noticed this little thing, and after a while started saying, you know, that theory that I know what would make me happy don't look so true. I think I'm going to have to find out, because I don't know already. I thought I did. That is not what folks do, is it? They don't find out by the time they're 23 that they really don't know what makes them happy. They're going to have to try things out and see. So I kind of had a slightly different life than most folks do, because when in the early 20s, I considered that to be the experimentation years. Try everything and see what it does for me, instead of pursuing a goal. I concluded I haven't a clue. I thought I knew what would make me happy, but I don't know. So I'm just going to have to try everything that comes along that don't look dangerous. Okay. There were a few things people said made them happy that I thought looked a little dangerous, and I let them slide. Mostly that was drugs. Everybody told me that would make me happy, but it kind of looked a little dangerous to me, so I decided to leave that one off and not experiment with that. It may be true, I just don't know whether drugs make you happy or not. I can only tell you that from the outside, it don't look too true to me. I never tried it. But that's what made sense to me. Look, I don't know what makes me happy. I just don't know. I'm constantly surprised. would swear that this thing would have made me miserable, and instead it turns out I kind of like it. And other things I would have sworn I would just love and have such a good time with, and when it happens, I'm either bored by it or it actually kind of makes me unhappy. I got to find out by just sampling things and see what kind of life I want to live. It is not what happens, is it? I wish you could understand this. At a certain age, there is no longer an I here. There is just a machine running. It talks, boy, it talks a good story, doesn't it? If you don't listen too hard. But you're not learning from experience. That's just not true. Well, it is true. On those rare occasions when you actually experience an event. But the fact that you can remember it does not mean that you experienced it, does it? Because I bet each and every one of you can pull from memory right now an experience where you got something you wanted, and then you played that funny little game, and now the effort is to work really hard to get rid of it, huh? Because I've watched that for years. I think it's the funniest thing I've ever seen. Watching somebody work so hard to get a thing and then work so hard to get rid of it, I just think it's hilarious. You can remember that, but did you learn from that experience? That's a real question. Did you? Did you start saying, maybe I don't know? And the next time the mind came up and said, I just know that if I had this, I'd be happy. You said, oh, come on. You pulled that one too many times. I am not putting out all that effort again for something that might make me happy. I ain't buying it. No. Next little thing it says, go get this, you'll be happy. You scurry off and get it, huh? Can you please get this? You are lying when you say that you are here and experiencing things, and there is plenty of evidence if you would take a look. If you would like to be here and experience things wonderful, that is possible. But who in their right mind will work very hard to get a thing they believe they already have? If you really want a Jaguar, and you work really hard to save up the money to get a Jaguar, and you finally got that Jaguar parked in your front yard and it's got your name on it, huh? Are you going to work really hard to get it again? You've got one, don't you? If somebody came up to you and said, why aren't you working really hard to get that Jaguar? Are you going to say, oh, whoops, I forgot? Or are you going to say, because it's sitting in the front yard, dork? I already did. Anybody going to be able to convince you to go work hard to get it? Don't you see that? When you think you've already got something, why would you put out effort to get it? You think you already experienced life, don't you? And you are wrong, aren't you? So when someone comes along and says, you know, with a tremendous amount of effort, you could actually be here and experience your life, you look at them and say, why? I already am here and already am experiencing life. Why, I can remember what I did yesterday. That's proof, isn't it? I experienced it. No, it just happened. And you will do the same thing today that you did for the last 25 years, as though no experiences occurred in between times. And yes, every now and again, something actually does get your attention, doesn't it? After maybe 20 or 30 years of repetition. And you finally look at it and say, oh, and you do actually learn something from experience, and then now you've got proof of this lie. I am learning from experience because it happens once a decade. Isn't that about right? Once every year, I actually learn something. Well, you go around repeating the phrase, you learn something new every day. Yeah, right. Most people, from what I've seen, learn something new about once a year, if that. There's nobody here doing this. It's just a machine running. The awareness is long gone. And because the machine simulates all the things that we talk about here with a very bad, I'll tell you, as a programmer, if this were my simulation, I would be ashamed. There's a thing in artificial intelligence that's called the Turing test. And it more or less goes about like this. If you write an artificial intelligence program that only communicates with someone by the phone, how long would it take the person on the other end of the phone to realize they were talking to a computer? That's the Turing test, okay? Well, if I had written this program and I gave it the Turing test, I would be ashamed and say, back to the drawing board. This program is dumb. It is detectively artificial. It's so stupid that it will repeat the same dumb thing time after time. Even if you say to it, you know, I have proof that isn't true. Then the program is so stupid that it will accept your proof and then 2 seconds later repeat its original position. I'm sorry, this is artificial intelligence to me. Now, this is a constant ongoing experience I have with human beings. I will point out the flaw in their reasoning. They will say, oh yes, you're right, I see the light. I will show them demonstrations that they are wrong. And 2 minutes later, they will be repeating their original proposition. Isn't that about right?
So my machine's operating off of bad artificial intelligence.
Yes, it's just canned programs, and you're saying it's a living being who is learning and experiencing, and it clearly is not so, is it?
I'm waffling back between more is more and less is more.
Well, repeating all these nice words that assure me that everything is going fine. And I'm aware and I know what's going on. I'm sorry, but I really do think this is just a bad AI program. As a programmer, I would really be ashamed of it. Not that I'm capable of writing AI programs. It's just a way of illustrating the point, okay? I really know nothing about artificial intelligence programs. I've never been interested. It seems a little redundant. I wish we could see this. Now, you can do something about this, but only if you see that it needs to be done and you don't already have what we keep talking about, working to achieve. We keep talking about working to achieve consciousness, but you think you already have it. We talk about working to achieve awareness and attentiveness, but you think you already have it. We talk about learning from experience and actually experimenting in order to learn from experience, which is, experiment is kind of like determining an experience so I can learn from it, isn't it? It's creating an experience for the purpose of learning something, isn't it? Except there's no one there to pay attention. and see what the results are. So I've watched people throughout the years of talking about experimenting. They will sit down and do the experiment. They'll have all the results right in front of them, and they still won't see anything. Isn't that about right? Because there's nobody home. The machine can't do this. The machine is merely a recording. On those rare occasions when the real awareness makes a decision, the machine records it as memory. When you make the decision a certain way, which is with a lot of feeling and lack of experience, that little recording is treated differently than simply as a memory. It's given some energy, and it grows and develops into a little persona that is capable of possessing the body for a period of time and doing that recording over and over and over again until the person finally drops dead. And that's what we call living. Decisions that I made a very long time ago that repeat themselves endlessly until death do us part, as they say. Or as a friend used to say, until death puts an end to this folly. Which I think is a much finer line. That's what's going on here. Because these things become so sophisticated, it looks like a well-rounded, varied personality. It's very difficult to see without considerable effort at observing how much of the personality is simply a bunch of number ones. Because many times that complaining looks like a so-called intelligent conversation, doesn't it? How much of people's intelligent conversations about politics and the job and sports is really just complaining that things are not right, and I certainly know how they should be. I know that if it were like this, we would all be happy. Though if you consider it, an awful lot of those so-called rational, intelligent discussions people have on serious subjects and frivolous ones like sport are really just complaining, aren't they? It's just number one saying, I want my way and I want it now, and if I had my way, everybody would be happy, most especially me. And you ought to do something about it right quick. And there's no intelligence here at all. It's just an infantile decision that complaining will get me non-disturbance. If we just look at that one simple, what we call not I, to remind ourselves this is a machine, it is a recording of a decision I made almost at birth. I remember the first time I complained, very clearly. It was when they stuck me in that damned cold metal thing that I now realize was to weigh me. So it was very shortly after birth that I started screaming. I hated that thing. Why are you doing this to me? I have been living in this nice, warm, wonderful place. You have put me through this incredible indignity of having to put this dry, weird stuff you live in my lungs, which is killing me right now. My eyes are burning, and now you want to put me in this damn frigid metal cold thing? That was it. That was just the final straw as far as I was concerned. And I started screaming. I remember that very clearly. But this is just too much. I've sort of borne this up till now. But now you want to freeze my butt off too. I realize now that, you know, back then that's all they had were metal scales, and that was what I was experiencing. It took a long time to figure out that's what I was so upset about, was being put in a metal scale. I don't know exactly how long after birth that was, but I don't imagine it was too long, just about long enough to clean me up and plunk me in a scale. Pretty infantile decision, isn't it? And yet, it actually is a tremendous amount of our activity that is so well disguised as so-called intelligence that it's almost hard to recognize as complaining. I know better. I know that if it were like this, we would all be happy. And the way to get it done is for me to sit here and bitch and bitch and bitch and bitch and bitch about why doesn't anyone else see what I see. Now that will certainly change the government, won't it? You sitting and telling everyone how smart you are. You don't have to vote. You don't have to say no to a bunch of dorky politicians that are your only choices given to you by a bunch of idiotic parties. You don't have to do any of that stuff. No, all you have to do is just sit down in your living room and complain about it with your friends while they all admire your wisdom. Isn't that about right? That's just number one at work, isn't it? There's no intelligence there. It's the same thing I did when I didn't like being put on a cold scale. I just wasn't quite so sophisticated about it yet. I just screamed. You get the picture. I'll go on with this, but I wanted to see if I could get something through. So let's take a little break and let you maybe be affected by this event, and then we'll come back to it. So at any rate, we do a little something to get the kid, if at all possible, to make the decision it's important that I please others to get my way. That usually includes a little punishment, doesn't it? You don't get a reward if you're bad. If you don't please me, I'll send you to bed without dinner or something along those lines. Works on most of us. Understand that you cannot make a person make a decision. They have to do it of their own accord. So we do it by trying to convince them to make the decision, huh? You must please me. Most of us do. I suspect everyone in this room has the people who don't spend most of their time in jail. There are some people who just absolutely refuse to make the third decision. They don't get that, and they are rather dangerous to be around. We usually lock them up. But when I make this decision, an interesting thing happens. The awareness sort of splits into two camps now. Because I now have three ways of getting my way of non-disturbance. If I please you and I'm really good and I'm really nice and you like me, you will not disturb me. You might even give me some pleasure. That's one way. Try and figure out ways to please you. But at the same time, I still want to complain and stick up for my rights and have everything be my way, whether you like it or not. Which really is at the core of 1 and 2, isn't it? It's going to be my way whether you like it or not. I certainly know as employer I've occasionally said that to employees. That's all very well and good, but I hate to tell you this, but if you want that paycheck at the end of this week, you're going to do it my way. I don't care whether you like it or not. That's one of the privileges I have for being the person who gave you the money to do it. Don't pull that one too often, but I have. That's kind of at the heart of 1 and 2, isn't it? It's going to be my way, whether you like it or not. That's what all those rights are about, aren't they? I have a right to this. It don't matter whether you like it or not. I'm going to put you in jail if you disagree. Or take away a bunch of money. 3, on the other hand, says you've got to like it, or I won't be pleased. So we've got a real conflict here, don't we? I simply cannot use both methods at the same time. I've got to pick now. So we get an interesting situation that will be with us probably for the rest of our life, called inner conflict. I no longer know what the right thing to do is anymore. When it was only complaining and sticking up for rights, I always knew the right thing to do. It was one or both of those two things. Because those work together, don't they? I've seen people do it. They call them demonstrations. Now what are they doing but complaining and sticking up for rights in one big government-sanctioned act? That's what it is, isn't it? The demonstration is a big complaint, often intentionally disturbing, because it will often block traffic, so a bunch of people don't get to go where they want to go, so they get lots of attention by disturbing you, while they stick up for some right or another. Isn't that about right? There, 1 and 2 are working together with no problem whatsoever. That's often the case. But when I throw 3 in the mix, now I'm confused. What is the right thing to do here? Should I do what I want and use a method of getting what I want, or should I do what you want so that I will get what I want? And that is the great joke about, I'm not doing this to please you. I don't give a damn whether you're pleased or not, really. I'm only doing it to get something from you. It's a big con act. It's what we call manipulation, isn't it? Don't do this because I would like to see a smile on your face. I do it because you'll give me something for doing it. So I know a lot of people who think that pleasing is just the most wonderful, noble thing to do, and it's been elevated to being religious. And God likes it, and He'll reward you in the end with something really neat. I don't know. Somehow to me a con is a con. It don't seem noble and high and anything else. It's just a nasty little manipulative trick. I don't tend not to buy it just as much as I don't buy the other ways that people manipulate me, okay? You want to please me, that's fine. It's not all that hard to do. You want me to pay you back for doing it, you may be a little disappointed. You lied. You said it was a gift. Don't be too bad, too upset when I don't pay it back. It was a gift. That's what you said. I'm probably going to take your words instead of your deeds in this case, because it's to my advantage, isn't it? It's a con. There's nothing neat and nice and pretty about it. It's just another one of those nasty little things that the self does to get its way at the expense of everyone else. Real pleasing, when it's not decision number 3, would just be a gift that was given, wouldn't it? And the truth is, I don't even know if you're going to like it. Do I? I've certainly received a lot of gifts in this life that I sort of look at them and say, why did you do that? Now I just have a chore of figuring out how to get it in the trash without you noticing. But truly, I mean, it was done to please me. It didn't work because the person didn't know what would please me. That's fine. Why should they know? But it was done for that purpose, wasn't it? And that part I always find rather pleasant. It's kind of nice that they even thought of doing it, even if I don't particularly get pleased by the result. But I've seen from that I may have the same difficulty, huh? I may do something to please you, and it may not please you at all. So, because a real gift, that's just the way it is. If the person likes it, they take it, they enjoy it, and if they don't, they toss it out. And that's all there is to it, isn't there? Even if you want appreciation back in return, it wasn't a gift, was it? Perhaps you understand why it disturbs me a tad that you thank me all the time. It was a gift. I didn't want anything back. I find it rather demeaning that you insist on paying for a gift. Takes all the fun out of giving it, doesn't it? You tell a bunch of people, I would like to take you out to dinner, and they demand to pay for it? Well, then hell, why'd I do it? That was the whole point. I wanted to take you to dinner. You won't let me pay? It's weird, isn't it? Happens. But pleasing as a gift is actually just one of life's more pleasant events, isn't it? This one is not. When you're expected to pay for the gift. But regardless of all that, we're now in this thing called inner conflict, and this is the real heart of the matter. I don't know what's right anymore, because I have three ways that all seem equally right to me, except they are contradictory. And we spend the rest of our life in that state, don't we? Whenever one of these not-I's, these suggestions pops up, and it's alone, we are absolutely convinced that we are right, and we do it without thought, without any consideration of consequences, because we know that we are right. And then, of course, when it don't turn out so good, the ones that disagree and have a contradictory method of doing right come and tell you all the things that you did wrong, but in the moment of doing it, it was the only suggestion there was, and you were absolutely right. You didn't even consider whether it might be dumb. So in those moments, everything's fine, although the outcome may really be horrible, huh? But as far as our inner state is concerned, everything's great. I know I'm right. I know this is good. I feel okay about it. But unfortunately, it don't happen a lot of the time, does it? I look at a situation and say, I'd like to make this good. I'd like to make this non-disturbing. And I don't know what the right thing to do is, because these guys are all having an argument. 3 says, well, find a way to please them, and then you'll get what you want. And 2 says, but I have rights. I should just be able to walk in and demand what I want, and they should just cave, because I have a right here. And so we go into this inner turmoil of trying to make what we ludicrously call a decision. What is the right thing to do? Let me go through my pros and cons list. Let me figure this out. Because, Lord, help me. I don't know how to just look at the situation and be aware. Do I? Oh no, I have to go through this whole list of canned, recorded decisions that I've made through my entire life until I find the one that fits this experience and is the right thing to do that will make everything work out perfect. I can't just sit here and be aware of the situation, see what is going on, and do something appropriate that maybe I've never done in my entire life before, because this situation is new to me. And there's nothing in memory to even deal with it. Now, I instead make a decision by going into inner conflict and looking for the right thing to do in memory, because I don't want to be aware now. And a being that doesn't have inner conflict like this and is living without all these canned, recorded responses, there simply is not a process of making a decision. On those occasions, when I look at a situation and I say, I do not know what to do, there is no decision to make. I don't do nothing. Which is not always true. If action is required, I do know what to do. When I say I don't know what to do, I need more information. The reason I don't know what to do is because I don't understand the situation. So I know precisely what to do when that comes up. Gather more information about what is going on before you make a stupid choice about what to do. I do not go into inner conflict and start rifling through memory looking for an old, stupid, canned response. It's very simple. If I understood the situation, whether completely or well or anything, what to do would be clear. When it isn't, it means I don't know what's going on. And the best thing I could possibly do is either get more information or not act. Because when I don't know what's going on about anything I do, it's probably going to be dumb, isn't it?
That was one thing that they really did a lot in the moonshot program. When they didn't know what to do, they did nothing.
Right.
And it worked.
In technical fields, we understand that. Somehow in our personal lives, we don't get that. It would be better to do nothing than to do something that may be dangerous or stupid. But we don't buy that, do we? Well, I have to do something! Why? Because I find this situation intolerable and I must change it. I am not free to just sit here with this. Yeah, I would imagine it being in a little space capsule. Quite a number of miles from the local repairman would be a rather disturbing experience when something goes wrong, wouldn't you suppose? That when Houston advised, oh, I wouldn't do nothing about that at all, I imagine those folks up there were probably in a rather unpleasant situation, weren't they? But their life depended on them being free to sit there going, oh my God, didn't it? Because had they done something stupid because they had to, it was an intolerable thing to be several thousand miles away from the local repair. Yeah, they could have died.
That was exactly, they wanted to gather more data.
Yep. But if you think about the personal side of it, I suspect we're not really having a good time right that moment, were they? Well, that's kind of what happens to us sometimes, isn't it? We get in a situation, we say, I cannot stand this. This is so disturbing to me. It must change. And then we start doing dumb things until it all works out. And sometimes it don't. Sometimes just about anything you do is going to make it worse. And then you go really crazy, huh? Instead of just saying, you know, I could be free to experience this. I don't really have to change it. One simply does not make decisions when all this is functioning properly. That is an aberration. It is a dysfunction that comes from having conflicting decisions about how to get my purpose. It is not the way that a conscious being would live. So I have heard the state that a person lives in when conscious, described one time as choiceless awareness. It does not make choices. It is aware of the situation, reports it accurately, describes what is going on as well as it can accurately, and then is aware of life's response to it, and that's it. There are no choices to make.
I've been reading somewhere about humans have three brains, the animal brain, the intellect, and the intuition.
Which is actually untrue, but we can simplify it to that without too many problems.
I'd like to hear you talk more about that, but there's a book I've been reading about, it's called Becoming a Writer. It says creativity comes from the intuition. It's not the intellect, and the way to mind
It doesn't come from any of those three places. That's absolutely right.
is to ask the intuition a question and then shut your intellect off and listen
Of course.
to the answer.
Kind of dumb to ask a question and then get so noisy you couldn't hear the answer, yeah.
Yeah, do you want to talk about that, or is that off the topic?
It's just, that's the way one lives. You describe what's going on and you wait for the response. As far as the awareness is concerned, that's the way things work.
Isn't there only the illusion of choice anyway with this machine?
Not really. I mean, this is choosing between a rock and a hard place, isn't it? That's what this is.
Is it binary?
Yeah, unfortunately. But there are real choices. There's not only illusory choices. And these are real choices. It's a choice between whether I'm going to please or stick up for rights.
Just wondering if that wasn't happening mechanically.
Of course. Basically what happens is not always have a brawl to see who wins, and whoever wins, that's what the poor little sleeping dork awareness does. They have a fight. What you call a decision-making process is in fact a bunch of entities that are trying to possess you, beating each other up until one of them wins. That's the real internal process. They have a brawl. Knock down, drag out, fight. You think it's an intellectual process, but it's not. It's just an old-fashioned brawl. And what they're arguing about is who gets to possess you this time. And the difficulty is that in cases like that, the way that the mind works is it triggered many associations, and they all popped up because you decided to turn those memories into demons, into little entities inside of you, and they all popped up and they have a fight about who gets to possess you now. No decision involved. But there are real choices in life. Most of it is about what I'm going to pursue. The opportunities at any given moment are almost infinite, no matter what it looks like to our limited awareness. And most of the choices are about which ones interest me to pursue. That choice is normally made without you even being aware of it, isn't it? It's made by a limiting of input, where the automatic functions of those minds he was talking about edit out all the possibilities, so all that's left is the stuff that you're normally interested in. So you don't see the infinite range of possibilities that are available at every moment, and that's mostly where the choices are. What direction will I take with this experience? It's offering me 500 directions. Which one interests me? Where am I going to go with this? That's where, in a sense, the real choices in life are. What am I going to activate in the potential of this moment? Not what's right. I haven't a clue what's right. I don't ask people what's right. I don't ask myself what's right because we don't know.
Is that why it's easier to understand this concept in the technical world, you just said?
Sure. Because in the
You're not asking what's right?
No, you are. But right has a realistic definition. Right is what works. Wrong is what doesn't. If you do something and it works, then it's right. If you do it and the whole thing don't work, then it's wrong. And that's all it means. There's no ideology, there is no standards, there are no ideals. It's just, you know, if you do this and it works, then it's right. Because that's all the words really mean in any real sense, isn't it? It either works or it don't. If it works, then it's right. If it don't, then it's wrong.
Does the word analyze mean anything?
Of course it does.
What, in this context? Can you just look and see, or do you have to analyze?
Don't often have to do much analysis. The awareness just perceives. Analysis has more to do when you want to understand certain things. Sometimes analysis helps you to get it. What's the right word? The mechanics of how things work and so on, which I don't actually need to know, but it's still a hell of a lot of fun, isn't it? Once that inner conflict starts, we develop a new aspect, as though the awareness hadn't already split into enough fragments, because that's what each one of these things are. A not-I basically is a memory, and the awareness is split off a little fragment of itself and given that energy to a memory so that it can turn into a non-living entity that behaves as if it were alive. And it literally does create a new entity. That's the only word we really have for something that is almost, exhibits all the aspects of a living thing without actually being alive. It is a kind of entity. And it works by splitting off a little piece of the awareness that inhabits that memory. It is now fragmented. So we fragment off another part that around here we call the chooser. To look at it in terms of functionality instead of all the weird, stupid words that people have for this that simply show their ignorance. That chooser is what you basically call the conscious mind. Is that noisy thing in your head that yap, 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 yaps and since without cease. Because what it does is it sits and listens to what you call the unconscious mind, which is those not-I's having a brawl, fighting over who's right. It listens to all their stupid suggestions. They report to the chooser and say, here's what I would do. I think that I should go tell my boss that he's a dork and he can't treat me that way anymore. And then the other side pops up and says, yes, but if you do that, he won't like you and he'll fire you. And the other side says, yes, but I have rights. And they have this running, constant suggestion being given to the chooser. And sooner or later, the moment comes when they simply must act, or the thing is gone, and the chooser has to pick one of those entities and say, okay, you're the right one. At that point, a suggestion is given to the awareness to pass on to life, to say, this is what I want to do. The end result of this whole thing is an awareness that ends up being in this very, very low state that is best described as a somnambulistic trance. That's the closest thing we know of to it in this world. Somnambulistic means walking in your sleep. It is the deepest level of hypnosis that you can get a person into, where they walk around looking absolutely normal when in fact they are working off the suggestion of the hypnotist. And the actual state of the awareness at this point is lower than that. That is the lowest that we can induce from the outside of a hypnotic state. But the actual state of the awareness is even lower than that, where it is not only in a walking hypnotic trance, but it is completely identified with the source of suggestion as I. All of these thoughts in the head begin with the word I, don't they? And the awareness is in such a low, deep hypnotic state that it actually believes that it is what is going on from the hypnotist. You know, we can't get a human being to do that in the outer world. I could get you into a very deep hypnotic trance, but I can't convince you you're actually me. I could get you to, you know, pretend like you're me. I could give you that suggestion, act like you're Phil. But I can't get you to actually do like we do with this inner state where I am the hypnotist.
Do you know in Bulgarian the word for I is ass?
Is act?
Ass.
Ass. But I mean, it don't mean donkey to them, or butt does it? I
No,
mean, that's the word
it
for it. Oh, you just like the coincidence with English. Okay.
Can you talk about faith in making up your mind and choosing?
Well, I just spoke of choosing. So what was
What
inadequate?
is choosing with awareness? Is that
I just told you. What did I say? What was unclear about that?
well? The last thing I remember was you're describing the chooser is observing of
That isn't.
arguments between
No,
people.
no. It's the same word, but that has nothing to do with awareness. That's a machine that lives inside of you, that you believe is you. You actually call it your conscious mind. What does that have to do with choice?
Well, that's what I was.
It's just a
asking
word,
about.
but I just told you, and you weren't paying attention.
I must have missed it.
Yeah, watch your tape.
Okay.
Okay, it probably is about time for a break. Are there any other questions or comments? Lunchtime? Okay, a little time goes by. We're getting a little reconciled to the fact that I gotta please others, and they send us off somewhere. And we're given another decision to make from outside, which is that it is important that I believe and do as my authorities tell me in order to be non-disturbed. Now we get a whole list of authorities, huh? All of whom disagree. It's interesting how much conflict ends up just inside of four, huh? One authority tells you to do this, the other one tells you to do something contradictory. Now what you gonna do? Try one of them for a while. That one don't work too good. You try another one for a while. That one don't work so good. So then you flop back and forth until you can find a third authority that that begins an interesting period of the life, doesn't it? When I start looking for people who can tell me how to be happy. Start hitting the self-improvement section of the bookstores. Going to meetings all over the place, looking for the right teacher. yada, yada, yada. Or my favorite, of course, every time a little ache or pain comes up, run off to the doctor. He knows how to make you well again, don't he? That's one of the biggest authorities today, isn't it? Medical science. Just whatever you do, any recommendation of theirs that you follow, never find out if they change their mind a few years later. And now discover that the recommendation they made a few years ago is actually bad for you. Just do whatever they say and never check again to see if it's still a good idea. That way you can keep your belief that they are always right. They really do know how to create well-being. And you can go on believing and not knowing for yourself. Part of being conscious is living a life without authorities. That's just the way it is. The teaching itself is not authoritative. It doesn't even contain dogma. There's not even any ideas in it about what you ought to do. It just says this is the way things are, do as you please with the idea. It suggests that you check everything out for yourself and not believe any of it. That you do not turn it into another authoritative system. I don't need to know. The teaching says so. It's done way too much, isn't it? Turning the teaching into an authority. Because we think that works. I don't need to do all the effort of finding out for myself. I can just believe someone else who did it. I don't need to know for myself. That's another little suggestion that's constantly going on in the head. All the things that you have read and heard from authorities that you now believe and haven't a clue whether they're true or not. I get that a lot with people who are just, I don't know what the right word for it is, amateur scientists. Think that science is the answer to everything, and they'll quote you every possible scientific discovery that's being made. I don't understand any of it, but they know it's all right because science said so. You've not run into those folks? They're really quite boring people, aren't they? And Lord help you if you suggest that they haven't a clue whether any of that is true. But it's science! Yeah, but you still don't know if it's true or not. Maybe somebody does, but not you. We lived this way for a while with the inner conflict growing and growing and growing. And eventually we come to another realization on our own that there is something dreadfully wrong with me. Here I am, I have all the right ways of getting non-disturbance, and I am growing more and more disturbed as time goes along. So I form a new conclusion that there is something wrong with me, I must be different. I've got to find some way to change. I'm not okay the way I am. Some people go all the way to I'm broken, don't they? I actually know that one very well. I formed that conclusion at a very young age. I decided that I was obviously broken, that there was something in a human body that should be there that God forgot when he made this body. Because I didn't have a lot of the feelings that I'm supposed to have. And everybody says I should have. I just didn't have them. What are those things they're talking about? I haven't a clue. And I had all these terrible feelings of hatred and violence. So I decided that there must be something missing. Like I said yesterday, the worst thing that ever happened to me was about that age I read The Bad Seed. Boy, did that fuel that fantasy. Look, it's true. There are people that are born with something missing and they don't work right. Oh dear, I must keep this quiet. That was the greatest secret for many years. I must not divulge that I am defective.
Phil, I found something interesting in my notes about 5 last night. That you said at some point that it's a refusal to take responsibility for your life, so you just want to fix.
Of course, that's exactly right. All of this is a refusal to be responsible. Yeah, that's exactly right. I won't just sit here and say, yeah, I did that.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. Take it fine.
Yeah. And then we begin the obvious process of self-improvement. Now, from our point of view, every one of these decisions is a decision of self-improvement. If I can complain and get you to do my will, I have improved my life, haven't I? So many of the times, the way that I do self-improvement is by getting you to change. If I can just make you a better person, think about how many times you said that. I'm just trying to help you, like hell. You're trying to help yourself. You just know that if I were more capable and a better human being, I'd stop disturbing you by, even if it's just, Phil, if you would stop being an alcoholic, then I wouldn't feel bad when I see you killing yourself by drink. That one I hear a lot. But my friend, relative, lover, whatever it is, they're drinking themselves to death. Yeah, what's it to you? That's what they want to do with their life. What's it to you?
It's inconvenient.
What?
It's inconvenient.
Oh, that is the measliest word I've ever heard. It's horrible. It's terrible watching someone destroy themselves. It's one of the most unpleasant experiences I've ever had. It's a little bit more than inconvenient. If it were inconvenient, I'd just move away from them and never know them again. It's horrible, I understand. It's a terrible feeling to watch someone that you care about destroying themselves. But I'm still asking you, what's the question? What's it to you? If it's just inconvenient, then leave them the hell alone. I don't think that their being inconvenient gives you the right to meddle with another person's life. It's their life. Who are you to say what they should do with it? Maybe that's what they want to do, is drink it to death. Might be fun for all we know. I never tried it. Is it fun, Barry? No? Okay. I gotta take his word for it. I don't know. But still, it's none of my damn business. And you just said it. You think that because it affects you, that gives you rights. And I think you are so wrong. It is just a disgusting attitude to take. The fact that I don't like something you do or it bugs me does not give me any right to go meddling with your life. It's your life. Nobody gave it to me. I know what you're saying.
I'm saying that's why people do it, but metal.
I heard what you said.
Okay.
You want to defend something, feel free. That's the game. Much of this self-improvement that we do is not just fixing me, it's also fixing you so you won't disturb me anymore. You understand? So all of these are self-improvement. I stick up for rights so I can improve my life. I don't think about who I'm taking something from when I demand a right. But as I've said in the past, there is an intrinsic violence to the rights game. In order for me to have a right, I must take it from someone else. There is no way for me to have a right to something without taking something away from someone else, period. It is an intrinsically violent game. I can have privileges without taking anything from you, but I cannot have a right without taking something from someone who also wanted that thing. If I have a right to a job, then you do not. If If I have a right to be paid exorbitantly, then somebody in the company ain't going to get that money. There's only so much there. If I have a right to smoke, then you don't have a right to live in a smoke-free environment, do you? That's the latest one, as far as I can tell. For me to have a right, I got to take something from you. For you to have a right, you got to take something from me, unless I happen to be in the same camp as you see? All of these things are self-improvement. We don't look at the consequences of them and whether or not they're reasonable things to do. When I decide to please you in order to get my way, that's self-improvement. I'm going to be a different kind of person that's more pleasing and do violence to myself, interestingly enough, because I really don't want to please you. I want this thing you'll give me. If I actually wanted to please you, I wouldn't give it a second thought. I'd just be doing it. I wouldn't be plotting and planning and scheming, figuring out how, and just do it. But this one is overtly self-improvement. We go out looking for a way to be different. I don't know how we're going to actually do that. I don't know a way to actually be different. And I concluded that I was living in a defective body. What am I going to do? Go to a doctor and say, would you transplant that feeling thing that I didn't get somewhere in my brain? How am I going to actually be different, you see? So all I can really do is act different. I learn a whole bunch of new behaviors, new ways of acting. That again does a certain violence to the inner nature. I don't want to act this way. I just think things will be better if I do. This particular side of man's awareness is almost completely destructive to the inner man because it demands that I do what is against my own nature in order to not be disturbed anymore by this world I'm living in. This one is almost entirely destructive to the outer world and those who live in it with me. And what we have here is a picture of violence. About the only way that I can conceive of to end violence on planet Earth is for people to get out of this animal way of living, where they can see a way that they can get what they want done without doing violence to anyone, either me or you. And then a little while later we make a final decision that it's important that everything else be different. I'm okay, it's all you guys who are screwed up. Then we redirect the violence back into the outer world. I demand that all of you change so I can be happy. That is the core of this, do you understand? I demand that you change so I can be happy. I don't know about you, but when I finally hit that one in the situation, I decided that it is time to get the hell out of here. Because I can guarantee you that ain't going to happen. I ain't going to become somebody else just so you can be happy. It's not coming. It's not going to happen. I may be able to change a few behaviors here and there if it pleases you. And that may be possible. If you tell me, Phil, I'm tired of picking up your towels after you bathe, okay, I guess I can pick the towel up and put it somewhere else, all right? That's not too big a change, is it? A little behavioral thing, fine. If you demand that I stop being me, forget it. I have utterly no desire to be me, because unfortunately, for all the folks who don't agree, I happen to think that I'm utterly perfect just the way I am. I cannot see a single thing that is wrong with me. I'm rather pleased that when life made me, he threw away the mold. And moved on to another work of art. As far as I can tell, that's just what is true here. Each and every one of us is a beautiful work of art. Absolutely unique. There will never be another one like that one. And all this stuff about what's wrong with me just boils down to, why can't I please people? Why won't they give me what I want? It has nothing to do with anything wrong with me. If you're particularly good at pleasing the folks around you and they all sort of like what you're doing, I guess you feel good about yourself. They give you lots of non-disturbing things. And if you're not so good at that, then you think there's something terribly wrong with you. But in either case, you're all just fine. I don't think that life makes junk. Or if he does, he doesn't seem to send it to Earth, because I've never seen an example of it. I don't always enjoy every little thing he does, but, you know, that's because I have taste like everybody else. Not everything he does is to the taste, but I can still see the beauty in it. And I don't see any reason to demand that it change to suit this taste. It seems a tad prideful to the Phil. If you want to be that way, go ahead. I may not have a lot to do with you because it's not to this one's taste, but that's fine. I've never seen that. Someone who is broken, screwed up. I've seen a lot of people who are kind of messes. That was of their own doing. A lot of people have made kind of a mess of things, haven't they? You clean up a mess, that's not a big deal. It's got nothing to do with there being something wrong with me. I just haven't seen it. All this about trying to look for some way to fix things so that I can have non-disturbance does sort of lead to that point of view for a lot of us, doesn't it? There must be something wrong with me because I can't accomplish this. We all agree it's possible. We all want it. There is a mass hallucination on planet Earth that this is the way it should be, in fact. No one questions it. So obviously, if it can't be done by me, I must be broken. I don't think that's the case. I think it's a lot more likely that non-disturbance on planet Earth is impossible and you can't accomplish it because it cannot be done and there's not anything wrong with you. And if you go up and get over this demand for non-disturbance, you might think you were just fine. One of the reasons it sort of gives me a little kick to tell people that I think I'm utterly perfect, just the way I am, flawless, is because I know I'm very disturbing to those around me. And that is the definition of with flaw for a human being on planet Earth, but you disturbed me. That is your flaw. Oh yes, but I happen to think that is one of the beautiful facets of this particular crystal. One of its lovely aspects is that it is very disturbing to the machines around it. I think that's wonderful. I found that particular feature in this personality, or this person, really, it's not even personality, and I carefully polished it and developed it and grew it until it is an outstanding feature. That's how perfect I believe it is. It may not be to your taste. That's fine. I think that's just the way it is. Each and every person is utterly perfect work of art. Unfinished, because that's the way that the artist wanted it. Unfinished. And he invited you to come and be that work of art and finish the job. You know, I sort of got it started for you. Gave it a basic form. Now, you do with it what you like. So I really mean that one. I discovered that little aspect of self that I didn't put there. Somebody else made it. I found it quite interesting and went to work at developing it and enhancing it. And made it a fairly strong, powerful feature, I do believe. That was by choice. But one of the interesting things is in that creation, for most of us, there's almost everything possible available. Well, you seem to have certain limitations, or you may find that something is just not there. For instance, drawing ability is simply not in this one. I don't get it. I love it when it's done. It is one of the most wonderful things there is. But don't ever ask me to do it. I can't. And I'm okay with that. There are a lot of other things that was given that I really treasure and value, even of an artistic nature, but not that one. And that's okay. So you may, on occasion, go hunting for something and say, oh, you didn't put that there, okay. That's fine. But generally speaking, about every possible thing a human being could want is in there somewhere. And that's part of that choice that you keep asking about. What of these myriad of potentials that are here will I activate? I only have time for so much, you know. I can't do everything that is potential in this one in 80 years. I just can't do it. I gotta pick. I gotta say what's interesting now and pursue that one for a period of time and leave all the rest unrealized, don't I? But whatever it is that I'm interested in, it is most likely there, available, and that's one of the things that bothers us so much, isn't it? Everything is there. I went looking one day and I found the murderer in me. That if I were interested, I could work at that aspect of what I am, and I could develop it, and I could enhance it, and I could become one hell of a good murderer. That's what I wanted to do. I simply have utterly no interest in that. It is there as unrealized potential. Not the way we normally think of unrealized potential, is it? But it's true. That is within me as unrealized potential. It's unrealized because I'm not terribly interested. But I'm very pleased it's there. I went looking for it one day because a murderer came and wanted to talk to me about the way they felt about some things and asked for assistance. Well, what the hell do I know about that? You know, that tends to be the answer I give when people ask me something I don't know anything about. Like, what would I know about this? You're asking the wrong person. Before I do that, I check. And I found that place inside, and I said, okay, give me a moment here. Let me be quiet for a second. Let me explore this a little bit as unknown. I didn't say all this. This is partly what I was thinking, but I did ask him to let me sit there quietly for a second. Let me explore this. Let me understand this part of being human. I've never had anything to do with it. And I said, okay, now we can talk. Because now I will not have to judge you. I understand where you're coming from. So we can talk about it. Before, I couldn't do it because I wouldn't be able to guarantee I wouldn't be judging it just a tad. You see? But I see that in here. I get it. I never had thoughts of murdering, even though I talked about it yesterday. I had wishes that people would just go away. And of course, the only way I could really think of for that to happen was for them to die, but it never occurred to me I should do it myself. I just, even in the midst of those dark, nasty fantasies, that one just didn't come up. I know it does for a lot of folks, and that's no big deal. It's in there. We don't normally realize it, do we? We just let it be there as potential. And I'm really glad that everything is in there, but it is a bit disturbing, isn't it? To realize that there are things within what I am, my very nature, I don't even like. But that's the way it was done. Give you everything you could possibly use so you wouldn't come up empty-handed if you said, you know, I'd really like to do this. Fortunately, I never had any urge to be a great painter.
Do you really think that it's not in there? Do you
Yeah.
really think if that's what you really wanted to do, you couldn't activate that?
That's right.
That's weird.
Well, but you know, it sort of happened with music. There is something in there, but not enough for what I wanted to do with it. If I'd been willing to settle for second best, and again, please folks, because I'm going to say some things that could hurt feelings, and I don't mean it this way. This is only my point of view. When I played jazz, I loved it. I really did, but it was still second best to me. You understand? That's just a matter of taste. I loved it. I really had a good time doing it. I liked the music, but it's still like settling for me. But that doesn't mean jazz is bad. Please understand that. What I wanted to do was classical, and that is very demanding, and I didn't have it in me. No amount of desire would have overcame that fact that I was given some talent at music, but not enough for what I wanted.
I think I see your talent.
Yeah, you can see it. It's there. There's no doubt about it. There is a talent there. It's just not good enough. And I'm okay with that. I'm not denying that it's there. It is there, and I confused a lot of teachers for a long time who looked and said, "Boy, you've got promise." And got all excited and thought they had, you know, and then they'd sort of watch me fumble through things for a while and try and teach me how to actually do it, and I could see the disappointment after a while. Oh shit, I didn't get the next so and so, you know. It's just the way it is.
If number 5 is the self-improver, is 6 where
Right. This is what I'm told often. I have great potential to do great things, but no one has ever given me the opportunity to do it. So now it's circumstances' fault, you see. It can just be the way things are that are to blame for my problems. On rare occasions, I have sort of laughed at someone like that and said, you know, I don't think that the great people in this world waited for an opportunity to be given to them. I think they just went and did it. Quite often through great obstacles. But I'm sure you're right. If someone would give you the chance, you could prove to be great.
these 2 lines of the V, do they represent, you know, you see how the things on the right are destructive to the outer world and
Yeah,
the left are
yeah. This,
superior?
yeah, this one, which if you choose to, you can call A or B. That's one of the terms we use around here a lot. A turns the violence outward. This inner violence that is saying, my entire purpose is to recreate life solely to my whim, simply so that it will please me, which is rather a violent point of view when you really come right down to it. that the entire universe had changed just to suit my taste. There is very infantile, isn't it? This side directs that when it is, actually, honestly, it's always violent, but sometimes we literally call it violence. It directs it outward. And that is quite dangerous. So to deal with that situation, we came up with the idea of creating inner conflict, which paralyzes you and mitigates this incredibly violent behavior and makes it very difficult by creating inner turmoil that says, no, I should do that. I should turn that energy of violence on me instead of the outer world. So we're always at a conflict, always a little crippled. We never live at our full potential, thank goodness. Now, this is all done quite knowingly to allow the human race to have time to evolve to a conscious living where violence would no longer be necessary. It's rather unpleasant to be a part of, because that's what it does. The B side turns all that violence inward, that same violence I would have fed. It's interesting, but every time you're sitting there in one of your 5 attacks, as you call them, it doesn't occur to you, does it, while you're sitting and being so pitiful and miserable. Poor me, 5 is attacking me. Well, thank God. Because if it hadn't, that same energy and that same violence that you are so disturbed at would have come at me. So I hate to tell you this, but when you folks who come and whine at me about your 5 attacks, I'm sitting there saying, thank God. Because I'm one of the people that you know. I would have gotten all of that if it hadn't been on you. That never occurred to you, did it, that I might feel that way? That if you think about what you're actually telling me is, I want to kill, maim, and destroy.
Nietzsche.
And 5 is turning all that on me, and I don't like it. And I'm sitting there saying, go! Thank God! Maybe that'll give you a little pause the next time you want to whine at me about 5, huh? Oh, he's about to say, well, thank God you're doing that to you instead of me. Look how much violence there is in that. That same amount of violence would have gone out to the person that you decided to blame instead. Admittedly, it's disproportionate because it does get out of control sometimes, but still, that violence. The people who have 5 and so on and 3 really strongly, often it's because they're very violent people. It took a lot to get them to not just go out and beat up people who wouldn't please them. That's certainly true in this case. 5 was a very powerful force in this life, but then he was a rather powerful man. He ain't no weakling. It took a lot to overcome him. And thank goodness that was given. Or I shudder to think of what I would have done without that 5 if I decided to take that out on you folks instead. I would be in jail. I have no doubt about that. It is actually a conjecture. It's only theory. No one can ever know what would have happened if. So take this with a grain of salt, but it is a conjecture that I would no longer be alive today had it not been for the teaching, because I would have been destroyed, killed, shot in one of my assaults on the U.S. government, because I am so disgusted by what is going on here that I'm pretty certain that I would be behind a machine gun mowing down all sorts of institutions here on planet Earth. I would have been a revolutionary. probably have been killed by now. Doubt if I would have survived for very long. I don't think I would have just sat around talking. Not really in this nature to do that. So it took a lot of inner conflict to save my life. Yeah.
Phil, you know how you say decisions 1, 2, and 3 are reasonable at the time. But 4, 5, and 6, are they also reasonable at the time?
When would that be? I mean, on occasion, 1, 2, and 3 will work. When would that be that they would be reasonable?
No, let me qualify. You say it's reasonable that an infant screaming because it can't communicate. At that time, decision 1 is
I see what you're
understandable.
saying. You're talking about that. No, all the decisions are appropriate for the time, place, and circumstance when they're made. I shudder to think what would have happened if I hadn't finally caved in and made decision 4. I resisted it. I made it much later than most people did. Although, at the time that I was born, many people were refusing to make it entirely. So it's not that big an achievement. But nonetheless, I did resist it. But I would have gone kind of through hell if I hadn't finally caved in and said, okay, I'll do this.
I've got something in my notes I just want you to clarify. I've got you saying decisions 1 through 4 make love difficult. Decisions 5 and 6 make it impossible.
That's about right.
I don't quite understand.
So you actually think you can love that which you blame, huh? I do not love you when you cause misery to me. I'm sorry, I just don't do it. And I really doubt that you do either.
No, I don't understand why 1 through 4 don't make it impossible as well.
Because they don't blame. They're just nasty.
Oh, I got you.
But they don't just flat out say, you are the author of my misery. How the hell am I going to love you under those conditions when I say, you made me miserable? And I love you for it. Please do it again. I don't buy it.
If you're, are you saying that if you are aware, do you still do these things as just personality tools, but you just don't identify with them?
No.
You do one for,
Very rarely do them intentionally. On those bizarre occasions when I do them, it's because I fell asleep.
I guess
By a suggestion. They
maybe
have utterly
complaining
no
would be a
use.
personality tool.
I can usually get things done a better way.
Okay, I got you. Just like, for example, if you have an employee having difficulty, you want to say, well, that's fine, but
If you
I'm
have
not
a
going to pay
what?
you for.
What difficulty?
you're-
Well, you can't do that by law. They have rights. So if an employee doesn't bother to work, you still have to pay them because that's the way it goes. So you don't have that option, my friend. They have rights. I don't.
And I'm just trying to get at,
When what I am discovering personally is that when an employee doesn't do what you want, you get rid of them because you're not going to be able to change them. So you can offer them classes to grow if you want to, and that's great. But when you hit a basic point that says where they can't do it, you say, I'm sorry, but it's time to part ways.
no, I'm trying to get at the, do strategies 1 through 6, I mean, if
Well,
you're aware, do they
this is what
cease?
bothers me about this. Fine, we'll struggle through these words over and over and over again, but you're not listening. If you want to know the answer to this question, then go out and find out. You do them day in and day out. Why don't you know? Because you are not paying attention.
Okay.
Do them consciously. The answer will become perfectly obvious, and that is the recommendation with all of these. spend a period of time complaining consciously. You do it enough unconsciously, even when you know you're complaining and somebody says you're complaining and you say, I know it, you still don't know it. Do it consciously sometime.
So I have road rage, number 6. I'm ready to ram these cars in front of me. And then I
Yes.
just go, oh
Yes,
shit,
yes,
I'm number
please.
5. There's something wrong with me. I'm just twisted. I can't deal with this simple traffic problem.
Could we get to
And
the
then I
point?
say, well, I've got to improve myself, and I've got to be at work on time to please others. And then after I go through all these multiple combinations of things, I end up at one and just break down and cry.
Well, that's one possible scenario. If you're asking me, did I get it? Basically,
No,
yes.
just these things all work together all the time.
Constantly, yes. Yes. Absolutely.
So there's not a real reason why it goes up the right side 1, 2, and then over to the inner to 3 and down to 4 and up to 5 and over to 6.
I don't need quite those many words to answer a question, okay? Yes, there's a reason, because I drew it in order of formation. That's the only real reason. And wanted to show that it's a diagram. I wanted to show the conflict. So everything has a kind of symbolic meaning, okay? But that's its only real purpose, is it's a symbol for something. And the more you study the symbol, the more relationships you see, because that's what a symbol is for, is to try and mirror relationships. So we went through and drew them in order of formation, with the exception of these two. That's pretty clear. These two is just because they're the ones that happen to be in the greatest conflict, so they tend to be put across from each other. You can learn all this stuff by just, it's a great symbol. The more you study it, the more things you see in it. But one of the things that would be nice would be to actually experience the complaining. Instead of asking me, does complaining sometimes work? Well, go find out. Stop doing it all the time unconsciously, even when you think you're not doing it unconsciously. And sometimes do it consciously and keep track of the results and actually have the experience of complaining. Go through the whole thing consciously. See what it feels like. See what it does to the people you're complaining to. Look at the results and decide for yourself whether this ever works. And sometimes you got to watch it for a while afterwards, and okay, you might complain and get your way. Keep watching for a little while and see what the person does who gave you your way a day or two later. That's part of the experiment, is seeing the whole thing that we normally ignore and say we experienced. Stick up your rights for a while consciously. Find out if it works. So you won't be suggestible on it anymore. Believe me, or not, I don't care, but it's a fact that when somebody comes up to Phil and says, you have rights, go stick up for them, I just start laughing. It is the funniest thing that I've ever heard. I don't have any rights, and I know it. If something in the head says they had no right to do that, I just start laughing. No, they didn't. It's true, they didn't have a right to do it. They just did it anyway. What's your point? Why did they have to have the right to do it? And you have a right for them not to do it. Okay, good. I ain't taking your advice. I'm going to deal with this another way than getting into a fight with them about which one of us has a right here.
If it was possible they had a right.
It's irrelevant. I'm not going to go there. I don't give a damn, because I don't. I don't know if I would meekly cave in or not. Probably not. I'm really not the type. But I don't know, because it's totally irrelevant to me. Nobody's ever been able to demonstrate a right to me. that's part of dealing with all this consciously, is to do this yourself and experience it. That's why I made such a big deal earlier this morning about there's no one experiencing this. You've been doing it for a long time, and you don't even know anything about it because you never experienced it. Do it yourself. Take your life back and consciously do these things, and you see if they're actually effective behavior for an adult human being. They're fairly effective for the time, place, and circumstance that they're made. We absolutely need them until we develop the ability to be an adult. We have to be mechanical until we have the ability to be responsible. And part of the job, apparently, of raising a kid is to give them a machine that gets them through childhood, that will give them a sort of template for proper human behavior, appropriate human behavior, so when they become responsible, they at least have a clue about what they might like to act like. But that's it. It's just to get you through that period of time when you cannot be responsible. You must rely on automatic, canned behavior. But offense or not, you guys are freaking lazy. And you want to just walk around in a machine that operates perfectly. I know that's true. I've watched you. You're lazy. You don't want to live your own life because it's too much work. Your only complaint, as far as I can tell, is that the machine doesn't work very good, and so you get things you don't want. But that isn't going to work. You cannot respond to this incredibly, vastly, multitudinally fascinated, constantly changing world with a machine. It always does the same thing over and over again, no matter how good and right it is, and who would want to? I want to experience this moment. I don't want to just automatically do the right thing so I can get on to the next one, where my reward is. That's not what I want to do. And it's like any other hard thing. You practice it enough and it ain't so hard anymore. I know that being aware is hard when you start. It's really hard. But it's just like any other hard thing. You decide you want to do it, you develop and build all the things that are necessary to do it, and then it just isn't hard anymore. In fact, most of the time, it actually seems effortless. Just like when you're in good shape, walking seems effortless, doesn't it? If you're in good shape, how long can you walk before it stops seeming effortless? Back when I was a kid, walking was the primary way of dealing with inner stress. So there were times when I used to walk probably 20, 30 miles a day. I was so freaked out. And I'd come back, I was used to it, and you know, the legs might be a little tired for a half hour or so, and then I felt fine because I was in good shape in those days. I walked 30 miles a day trying to deal with how unhappy I was. That was my favorite way of dealing with unhappiness, was to go for very long walks. Preference was to do it, in a park somewhere, but sometimes if I had, I'd just walk around city blocks if I had to. I didn't think that was effort. It never even occurred to me to sit here and say, oh, it's so hard walking all this way. Because it wasn't. I still to this day have very strong legs. I don't do it so much anymore, but I've still got those damn calf muscles. That's the way things work, isn't it? if you want to do something, the body adapts to it and develops what you need to do it almost effortlessly, huh? It's just laziness. Just like our excuse for being out of shape is, huh? We know what it takes to get into shape. It takes a little work for a while. It's a bit of effort, but it's not that big a deal. We're just too damn lazy to do it, those of us who won't, huh? You ain't one of them, but I am. I am out of shape, and I admit it. I'm lazy. I'm not going to pretend like anything else. I'm a lazy, stupid idiot who's risking their health by being lazy. That's the way it is. Stupid. And trying to put any other spin on it is kind of silly. I really am amazed by this desire that people have. That non-disturbance is so powerful that apparently it's even disturbing that I need to be aware. And I want to live in a machine. I'm just ticked that the machine is so incompetent. Mm-hmm.
I think I can see how the first 5 decisions are appropriate for the time and circumstances. I don't see that in number 6.
Oh, I do, without a doubt. I don't know if this is always true, but the father notified Phil at a relatively young age, on your 18th birthday, you are out of here. The mother, on the other hand, wanted me to stay until she was 59! I needed that to get the hell out of there! Because she would have clung the first time I left home. Poor mom, I shouldn't tell this story. I hope she never finds out I'm doing this. The first time I left home, I foolishly, I cannot believe I was this stupid, left the want ads for apartments in a place where she could find them. I concealed them, but not well enough. And so the next thing I've got is this horrible scene. My God, you're leaving me just like you did. I'm not your husband, I'm your son. Yes, that's true. I'm looking for an apartment. Oh my God, I just don't know if I can take this again. Nobody loves me. Nobody wants to be with me. Well, I can see why. And it's kind of like time, you know. I needed it, Phil. I waited a few days while guilt just racked me inside. How can I do this to this poor woman? And then, you know, she did a couple things I didn't like, and I started blaming her again, and this time I did it a little smarter. And I was gone before she even knew it. I needed that. I needed that to break away from a lot of things, not just from home. Because I know all parents are not like that, but I have noticed an awful lot of clingy parents in this world who, even when you leave home, they still want you dependent on them, okay? I needed that for a lot of things, and that one's the most obvious. For a short period of time, it would have been better had I found another way, that's for sure. But there was no one to teach me another way. So I'm really pleased I got that. I lived, Phil, in a horrible place before that came along. Horrible place. I was so down and hurt. That gave me the ability to stand up and say, wait a minute. I'm doing what I need to do for me.
So just to be able to move out of certain circumstances and
Yeah, it doesn't have to be done that way, but unfortunately for most of us, that is the way we get it done, isn't it?
Sure.
And sometimes it really is life-threatening, Phil.
Right. Thank you.
No, that's okay.
I was going to say, so without being able to do something more intelligent.
Which I certainly could not do.
Right, sure. When one needs to be able to say fuck you,
Yes.
basically. Yeah.
Yes, this is entirely your fault and I'm doing something about it. It's not true, but
That's
I needed it.
right.
I believe I said that one time to her. She said she finally managed to leave a bad situation through anger, and I said, well, that isn't the only way, but it certainly works. It's a good thing that it was there to save your life when it's there. I just don't want to live the rest of the life that way. I'm very pleased it was there when it was there. Any other questions or comments?
That's all this, I enjoy the perspective of this view of this, that these are useful and necessary, but, and there's nothing wrong with doing them, but at a certain point you can be aware of
I can grow
not
up.
living there.
I can grow up. They are infantile. They're childish. And they're okay for a child. There is a saying, I do believe, it goes approximately like this. The memory is not perfect on it right this second. When I was a child, I dealt with childish things. When I put them away and took up the things of a man, I became a man. So they're all right for children. The world is populated with children. They're okay. The question is whether you want to be a child, that's all. But that's kind of the way it works. If you insist on using infantile, childish behaviors to get your way, you will remain a child. I don't see how it can be any other way. If you would like to grow up and be a responsible adult, as you claim to have done, without ever finding out what responsibility is, and I know you do not know that, because I've heard what you call it, then that's what you do. You take up the ideas of responsibility. All of these give the responsibility to something else, don't they? One says it's your responsibility to do this for me. I shouldn't even have to lift a finger to get my way. And two says, you should just do this because it's an intrinsic part of the universe that it ought to be this way. I shouldn't have to go out and get a good wage by doing a good job. I shouldn't have to go out and be treated well because of the way I act. You should just give it to me because it's an intrinsic nature of the universe for this to be the only right way to do things. And honestly, when I look back at history, and in this country, we'll just look at this country for a moment. When I look at what black people did, who were treated like dirt here, weren't they? And then I look at some other white person who did a really neat thing. Who do you suppose I have the most respect for? Now you tell me, between those two great men, which one was the greater? The one who did it with all the advantages? They're a great man, there's no doubt about it. But consider what a person that black man must have been, who not only did it, but did it while overcoming all the rest of the crud he had to deal with. What a person that must have been. Boy, it must have been an honor to just even meet a person like that, huh? And I feel the same way about the women throughout history. I get a lot of bitches from women. Oh, women are just treated so badly. Yeah, I suppose that's true. I don't know, really. hard for me to say, for sure. You're probably right. But imagine those women who overcame it. Some of them, you know, had to even dress like men. Did you know that? So no one would even know they were a woman just to get it done. There have been a number of authoresses, I believe, who have done that on occasion. They'd go pick up their royalties dressed like a man, using a man's name even. But by God, they got it done anyway. I don't know. And it's also hard for me to be real sensitive on the issue since I happen to be part of a very despised minority myself. So what? You deal with it. There's no rights involved here. This is my responsibility. It is the lot that I was given in life. I'm not quite sure why necessarily, but I don't really care. It is mine to do. I will do it. Each one of these says I shouldn't have to do a damn thing. Okay, 3 says I gotta please you. But it's still putting all the job on you, isn't it? Four says, you go learn for me. I love that one. You go figure out how things work while I sit here like a bum and am the recipient of all your hard work. How you like them apples? That's what 4 says, isn't it? With 5, it's a little less obvious, but basically what I'm doing is blaming the way I was made, so I don't have to be responsible. All of these are about total lack of responsibility, and that is what adulthood is someone who takes on responsibility. And it's understandable because we don't even have the ability to be responsible until we're pretty old. Somewhere between 11 to 13 that happens. Your brain finally finishes. It's been growing for 11 to 13 years, and it finally makes the last little neuron connection and says, okay, you are now an adult. You can see that life's actions have consequences, and you can be responsible for what you are doing. Before then, you simply don't even have the ability to do it, so you need someone to be responsible for you, which they can't do, so they take you on as a duty. Their job is also to teach you what responsibility is, and they can't do that either because they don't know. The only thing human beings know here is obligation and duty, and they pretend like that is responsibility. So people tell me I'm responsible to the state. What a load of crap. I think it's the other way around. Don't you? I think it's responsible to me. Unfortunately, however, it doesn't agree, and it's got the guns. And I'm perfectly okay with that. And I just don't care anymore. That's what we're taught here, that responsibility means duties and obligations, and who wants a duty and obligation that is imposed? No one in their right mind. So many of us hate the word responsibility because we don't know what it means. We think it means imposed obligation. And that's not what it is. It's a very simple thing. The word itself means the ability to respond, which you do not have. You can only react from conditioning. So the truth is, interestingly enough, that none of you are responsible, ever have been, and may never be. Unless you get that ability to respond without conditioning. But that's what it means. It means an ability. And the essence of it on the inside is it is so simple, it's unbelievable. It is simply the recognition that I am doing this. There is nothing to blame. I cannot blame my upbringing. I cannot blame my conditioning. I cannot blame my circumstances. I cannot blame you. I am doing this. No matter what the circumstances are, I'm doing this about it. And that's the beginning of responsibility, that recognition. So back in the days when I was doing a lot of observing of self and making an effort to disidentify, there were lots of lapses. And I would suddenly come back and look at the memory and go, oh, look what they did while I was gone. And a little bit of horror. And the policy was to never sit in guilt or blame over it and simply say, well, I fell asleep. They did this while I was gone. I didn't do this. While still understanding, but I let them do it by going to sleep. I'm still responsible for it. So whatever the mess they made in my absence, I must now deal with because I'm back. But I will not feel guilty for what someone else did with this body while I was asleep. Sorry. Because the truth is, I didn't do it. But I'm not absolved of responsibility because I let them. That is what I did, isn't it? I let them do it. And remembering those two things made the whole process a lot easier. I did not want to waste and squander that precious moment when I could be aware with guilt over what happened while I was gone. But I also didn't want to use that as an excuse, license, you see, to say, well, then everything's okay. It's not okay, because I did let them do it. I went to sleep and said, oh, hell, I don't care what you do with this body for a while. You just pretend to be me. Any other questions or comments? Take a break. Why does that bother you?
Because it seems like there are choices to be made.
Of course, you live in an illusory world. Your illusions are absolutely, utterly, perfectly real to you. Whoever said it differently? That is the whole difficulty of being a human being and being asleep. Whatever it is you believe is absolutely real to you. And you will have complete proof. You can describe so-called experiences, which I will simply call events, that prove your point. Of course, you have to ignore all the events that prove you wrong, which is precisely what happens when you're in that dream state. You simply ignore all information that discounts your ideas and see half of it so you can prove yourself right. That's the difficulty. So I will not be able to convince you of anything. That's why I don't try. You live in a dream. If you would like to, you could use the teaching ideas which describe reality. Shock of all shocks, what's actually here. And you could decide to check out whether your illusions are the facts or the teaching is the facts, but I can't convince you of anything, nothing at all. You will be able to trot out proof that I am wrong, that I cannot argue with. You will be just as capable of ignoring anything I say as you are of ignoring it when life proves you wrong. That's the difficulty of being in a hypnotic trance. Whatever you want to believe is so. I've invited you to stop discussing it with me and to go and see if you can either prove my theories, which they're not, prove the teaching wrong, or prove your own ideas wrong, and instead you want to have discussions. There's not much I can do about that, except just politely, as I can, point out once again, when you make all these decisions, from that point on, all information comes into the awareness and it goes through them. And they distort the entire picture of reality before you even get a chance to experience what's going on. They tell you what you're seeing. And it's all filtered and distorted through this picture of the universe of a young child that was trying to make sense out of a very confusing place and could not, and came to some very erroneous conclusions about what life is about and how to get what you want out of it. If one pops up, then the entire picture of what's going on is distorted to prove that that person is intentionally and malevolently doing this just to hurt you. That's the only thing they have in their mind right now, is how much they dislike you and they want to do this thing to you. And that's just the way it is for you. Wouldn't even occur to you to check and see if that picture of reality is true, that that's really all they had on their mind right now is how much they want to hurt me. I have had that experience on rare occasions in this life, that someone actually became so fixated on me that they really and truly did think of ways to hurt me. Most of the time, people really couldn't be bothered to put out that much effort. They were just doing what they were doing, and I didn't like it, and that was that. You've got proof. Because long before it ever got to you, it's got to go through this whole process of getting through these guys that distort it and change the picture and tell you all about what is true, and then got to go through this whole so-called conscious process, which isn't conscious at all. And then you get it, because that was your choice. You decided not to do this job anymore and gave it over to them. Now you're being invited to change your mind. Make a different choice. And all you want to do is tell me about how other many choices there are. And I don't know that you have any other choices right now except this one in front of you right at this moment. Nothing else is actually a choice. It's just a bunch of nod-eyes yapping. You don't have any choice in the matter. It's all going to be done for you.
It's just which illusion would you prefer?
And you don't even make that decision. This does. So I'm sorry, you don't have a choice here. It is going to be made for you, and then you will be given the results. Even that so-called conscious process is not the awareness doing anything. It is another fragment that broke off and is providing a function, so you don't have to. perhaps this is the first choice you've had in years when you showed up here. And you were offered the opportunity to turn your back on this and go another way. Now, this is a choice. There probably are not actually as many choices in life as you imagine. You made your choice. And now it's all happening mechanically. And you identify with it so you can have the illusion of power and free will and feel good. But it's all mechanical. You're welcome, obviously, to change choice at any time. Just because you made a choice this instant doesn't mean you can't make a different one tomorrow. I do know that it appears that way. I do have a memory. I certainly remember what it was like when I thought I had a choice to make every second, and actually often resented just how many decisions I had to make. It seemed like overload on occasion. One more decision, I think I'll explode. But the truth is, I never made one of them. The machine did. And it wasn't the number of decisions that bothered me, it was the amount of conflict I went over each one. You offer me one more decision to make, and I think that I will just explode from the noise in this head and the uncertainty and doubt and the inner tension and so on. Once you kind of get out of all that inner conflict, it turns out there just aren't that many choices to make, really. Right now, it may be, I don't know for certain about your life, but it may be that the choice that's in front of you is, am I going to reject this information? I have two means available to me. Probably use both of them. I can either agree with it or disagree with it, and then I have rejected it. Or am I going to say, I want to use this and see what happens? If you decide to use it, you are faced with another interesting choice that most people do not have. Will I act on the suggestion that is happening right now or not? I don't have to. I can just let the chooser blab at me and utterly refuse to tell X a word about what it said. In which case I have made another choice in this life. I will no longer act on suggestion. I cannot prevent it. I must be aware of it, or I act on it without even realizing it, because that's the way a trance works. The suggestions you don't see, you do. But I can also stand here at the gate, and I can become the guardian of what goes to life. There's a very simple way to do that that has been suggested all along. You describe it as suggestion. And instead of saying I to everything, you say a not I is saying I should. And then X doesn't hear it as I should and it doesn't act on that. It hears it as a description from a young, beginning to function again awareness that says, I want to be alive. I'm living in a machine. It is doing everything for me, and I want to live. And believe me, X knows what to do with that information. You do not have to prompt, guide, or anything else, simply tell the truth. The not eyes are saying this now, the not eyes are saying now, this now, it is saying this now. None of this, oh, by the way, is me. But I'm just telling you what's going on in my world as you asked me to do. I'm describing my reality, and right now my reality is that there are a lot of not eyes that talk to me incessantly and tell me what I should think and do and believe and feel. And just doing that simple thing, I become a guardian here. And I keep all that stuff away from life. I don't have to do it anymore now. And the act of doing that tells X what's going on. It says, you know, I value awareness now. I value our relationship. What's needed to let you grow and develop and get strong in all of this will be provided. It's really simple. Do that work. Disidentifying, learning from experience, maybe even set up experiments to make the learning as fast as you can possibly can. Disidentify, report what the self is doing instead of identifying with it. See what happens. It really isn't a hard thing to understand conceptually. It's very simple, very, very simple. Doing it is hard because we tend to forget very quickly after we start. We say, okay, I'm going to report suggestion instead of identifying with it. And we do that for about 20 seconds and then forget all about it and start being suggestion again, being all those thoughts and feelings again. And a few hours later, we sort of remember, oh gee, I wasn't going to do that, and start doing it again. And it's tiring. Just doing it is tiring. Because you're undeveloped and not very strong. It's very, very hard to do in the beginning, but it is not hard in terms of complicated. It's very simple. It's just also very hard. It's like I said, the more you do it, the stronger you get. That's kind of the way it goes. The more you tend to be here, most of the time, for quite a while, all that you really have the ability to do is to choose not to act on suggestion. Other than that, your life remains pretty much the same. Do the same things. And as a person continues to do this, something changes in all of this. When X gets that you really want to do this, something grows, and the awareness develops something that is not within this awareness now at all. It is absent. It does not exist. And I've heard often described as a place where things can come from. So in short, it's been called an originating center. A place where I can actually make something happen. And I can say, this is going to be. This is what I'm going to do, and it is the way it is going to be. It can also be a place where creativity comes from, where I can originate things instead of just regurgitating the same old stuff over and over and over again in new combinations, like a cook who thinks they're really great because they keep serving the same dishes in a slightly different way each time, but never had an original creative thought enter their head. That happens after a while. That really gets that you want to be in charge of your own life. You do not want it to just happen. And provides the ability for that to occur. It's very difficult talking to folks who want someone to prove to them before they'll start, when they don't realize that they live in a dream and there is no way to do it. On occasion, one can sort of slip past that dream, and show something. A relationship like happened earlier today, where it was sort of shown that you really aren't experiencing things even though you think you are. Now that is a very heavy part of this trance, isn't it? I know I'm experiencing this. I am having this experience. But the suspicion is that happened quite a number of hours ago now, didn't it? I suspect you can kind of remember, some of you that I saw that this was working on, this little moment of stunned, oh my, when you caught sight of what's really there. But I would imagine that by now, it is only a memory for most. And so if you don't put some effort into keeping that, by going out and seeing it again of your own free will, looking for it, it will simply become an interesting event that happened once upon a time that you can share with others, if you please, but it will have no impact on the way you see things at all. Unfortunately, that's the way it works. Even showing someone a fact of their existence is normally hidden by this illusion that we live in. So what? Unless they take that and integrate it into their picture of reality, in other words, make it their truth. So we have two words here. This one basically means I see a fact. And then we have this word, which is the one we like to use around here. And that's when I look at a fact and I put value on it. It now becomes my truth. And truth is what I live by. Well, if I just see a fact and I see no value in it, which I do by agreeing with it or disagreeing with it, then it just becomes one of the other many things that I know, and every now and again will pop up, probably because it will get stored with 4 if I do have any feeling about it at all, and remind me that I should have done such and such according to an authority somewhere. But when I will work with a fact and seeing it, and see some value in that fact, it becomes the truth that I live with, and it's integrated into my whole almost beingness, and that truth becomes a part of me. And that is the way I see things until it's sort of demonstrated to be wrong. That's kind of what's being asked of folks here. You've got to take this stuff and make it yours by getting the truth of it, seeing the fact, putting some value on it that is for you individually, how you can see, I really need this information, I value it in some way, and then it becomes yours. For you to change the mind on something like that you will have to prove it. No funny logical arguments like people like to use to change other people's minds will work. Because I know you can logically prove anything, but I looked into this. This is now the truth as I see it. I'm afraid you're going to have to show me I'm wrong. You're going to have to actually show me an example. And then I'll look at it and say, well, I missed that one when I was looking into this, and I'm going to have to revise my truth a little bit. That's fine. I don't mind. I'm actually delighted if that occurs. But I will warn you, you're going to have to work at it a little bit. I hope you really want to do it, if you're right. If I have a suspicion you may be right, I'll put some effort into it myself. But I did work at this stuff a lot. I take very, very completely the idea that the job of this is to stand at the gate between those two and guard it. I do not let just any old thing go to life as having come from me. So I may have become one of those cherubim who guard the gates to paradise with a flaming sword. And I'm sorry if that bugs you, but I kind of like the job. I feel pretty flashy with that sword in my hands. Nobody gets through here. Any questions or comments? I know it's disturbing to people who think that all things should be done by logic and words and so on, but I ain't buying. I've experienced that for self, things that I heard that were given and said, this is a teaching idea. And I looked at it and said, but I don't like it. I do not like this one. And I wanted to reject it. But when I actually went out and tried to prove it wrong, I couldn't. I failed. Very first one I did that with was the master decision. That really offended me. That was so bothersome to me to say, I am just, this is this one's point of view, obviously, but basically what that said to me is, Phil, you're about equivalent to a worm. Your only purpose here is to consume and enjoy it and fart out crap. That's the way I heard that. I still sort of feel that way. That is the most denigrating thing to think that that's, obviously any life form here is going to have to spend a certain amount of time getting pleasure, because a lot of the things that provide pleasure are those things we need to survive, aren't they? I think that was by design. And we probably do need to avoid a few painful things. I think that's why X made them painful. I'm very glad that X didn't make it like one of the most pleasant sensations in the world to put your hand in fire. Because I don't think we'd have a human race after a while. There'd be about 15 people here who could resist the moth to the flame thing, huh? Most people would, I really strongly suspect, be resisting the urge to self-immolation and that great pleasure, you see, just long enough to maybe screw and have kids or something. I don't know. It'd be a weird world, wouldn't it, if X made dangerous things pleasant. Unfortunately, everything is not quite perfection here, and some dangerous things are a little pleasant, aren't they? And we have terrible difficulties with them, don't we? So, yeah, that's part of life. going for pleasure and avoiding pain and being a bit of a, I guess the word may be hedonist. I don't even see anything wrong with maybe overindulging in pleasure as long as it's not life-threatening. But I still couldn't buy that that's it. That somewhere in me there wasn't something with a slightly higher, at the time, you know, nobility would have popped into the mind, something a little bit higher than just that. I was very disturbed by that. And at first just rejected it. And then I got to looking at it and saying, well, you know, this is sort of a crucial thing here. I don't know if you can just deny it and then go on. All right, fine. Since my theory is that on occasion I do something with a slightly higher purpose to it than because it makes me feel good or helps me to avoid pain, I will watch as I was asked to do, and I will observe, and I will catch myself in the act because I assert that it is true. Therefore, one of these times when I am watching, I will see self doing something for a noble purpose and not caring about whether it makes me feel good or not, right? Well, how long do I have to watch before I say bullshit? Because I watched for a long time and I didn't see a one. Every single thing that I thought was me being, in those days, like I said, noble was a word that meant something to me. Me doing something noble. I'd look and I got this dirty feeling inside because I'd see the only reason I did it was because it made me feel noble. And I liked that feeling. And I didn't do it because I was hoping it would actually be noble and have a beneficial effect. I did it because it made me feel good. And I suddenly didn't feel so good anymore. In fact, for a while I had a lot of trouble doing those noble things, you know. And I saw it was all just so I could get a good feeling. But there was great value in doing that, as far as I'm concerned. I found out a very unpleasant fact of the existence I lived. Very unpleasant fact that I could not think well of self easily anymore. But boy, did I want to do the work. I just thought I wanted to do it before I found out I was actually a pile of garbage in my own eyes. Now I really wanted out of this mess I've made. I'm really glad I didn't just reject that idea because I didn't like the sound of it and what it said about me. Because, yeah, in my opinion, it said that about me. And it was true. I didn't have to leave it at that. I vowed that one day it would not be true. So I'm glad I didn't just reject it. And I caught on to that. You know, it may be equally true that when I agree with some of these ideas, which I did a lot, because most of them are pretty, obvious when you hear them. And I couldn't afford to just leave it at that either. I needed the experience of it. Because I wanted this to work. Truthfully, the more reasonable I make it sound and the more obvious and the more logical, the greater disservice I believe I've done to you. And that has been a difficulty for this one. I tend to be a bit intellectual. I kind of like all that logical stuff, and I do indulge in it probably too much. And it may have been to your detriment because it makes it all so reasonable that you agree with it and then never do anything with it. And I may have done you a disservice. while indulging in my own enjoyment of such things. I was warned about that. That was one of two instructions I was given about teaching. One was generic, probably given to everyone, whoever decides to do it, which was basically, don't change it. But the other one was that somebody looked at me one day and said, Phil, try to keep it down to earth. The world does not need another intellectual teacher. I don't know how well I've acted on that one. I think I've done a pretty good job with the first charge. But the other one was a bit of a lure. I can't get there through intellectual ideas, okay? You can only use those ideas as what they're for. Food for your own experimentation so you can experience this and it becomes your truth. Even if you value someone's opinion, like number 4, which of course you do because you value it as a way towards non-disturbance, so you do value it, don't you? It does not become your truth because you have no experience of it. It is not a fact to you. It is an opinion that you never verified, so what it becomes is not truth, but belief. And you still live by it, but it is not the same thing. That is actually the metaphor that's being used when Jesus is in the desert and Mammon says to him, turn this stone into bread. That's one of the temptations, isn't it? That's the metaphor that's being used. What he was actually being challenged to do is, I know that you can turn any fact into truth. Prove it to me. Do it for me. Because that's what the facts are. They are stones. They feed no one. At best, they can become a belief that enslaves the person. That's what you can do with a stone. I suppose you could build a cage around them. But truth is food. Food for that growing awareness. And that was what that temptation was about. You claim to be such a great teacher. I doubt if he'd actually made the claim, but I can hear Mammon. That's how he always prefaces things. You claim to be such a such and such. Now prove it to my satisfaction. Well, you're always going to fail on that one, aren't you? Look at the test. To my satisfaction. Well, then all you have to do is declare you're never satisfied, and I lose, don't I? That one is a sucker's game, if ever I heard it. It's one of the reasons why I won't play the game. I can't do it to your satisfaction, and I know it. So you're inviting me to play a game I can't win. That's kind of silly, especially when you're playing with a con man. I can see a con from a mile away. I pulled a lot of them myself.
Yeah, I don't even see it. Yeah, I don't even see it.
Of course not. But I can still smell a con, even if the person running it don't know what it is. You get it? That's part of what the job here is to do, is to take these stones that you've been given, turn them into bread. You do that by experiencing it for yourself. And the recommendation is that the simplest way of doing that is to try to prove it wrong. And I just gave you an example. When I heard the idea of the master decision, I said, if my idea is right and the teaching idea is wrong, then I will find such and such sooner or later. I don't have to make any big experiment out of that, do I? I just have to observe what is for a period of time. Isn't that right? That is the entire experiment, is to just watch and wait for it to happen, because I'm convinced it's going to. That was the total of the experiment. I'm going to pay attention when it comes along, and I say, hey, look, this is one of those noble things, Phil. That it sounds funny using that word now, but that was a big deal to me back in those days. That was the word I used inside. Now it just sounds goofy. At any rate, this is one of those noble things, and I'd say, okay, but I'm going to check it out a little bit here. I'm not just going to take this at face value, a bunch of nod-eyes declaring it to be so. I'm going to look into it. And every single time I've discovered the real motivation for it, and it was not for a noble reason. I didn't see anything noble about supposedly doing something for you so I could have a good feeling. That just to me sounded like a parasite, frankly. Because I was dependent on other people who needed noble things done for them in order to get my good feeling. And I didn't feel noble. I felt like a damn parasite, a leech. And I thought that was actually kind of disgusting, being dependent on other people being crippled so that I could feel good because I helped them up the stairs. What's noble about that? That was the way it kind of looked to me after a while. What the hell would I do if all the cripples vanished off the face of planet Earth and I couldn't help anybody who was crippled anymore? How noble would I feel then? So I thought about it, and I thought, you know, Phil, if you get too involved in this, you're going to have to keep people crippled just so you can keep that good feeling, huh? I mean, that's kind of the outcome of that. Fortunately, it wouldn't have to get to that point. The world seems to be able to produce cripples real well on its own, but you would have kind of a vested interest in things being in pretty poor shape so you could feel good while you made it better, huh? I didn't like that too much. Oh, it wasn't very hard to experiment with that one. I just set out to prove it wrong by being honest with self about the instances that I thought did prove it wrong. Didn't like what I saw. But I'll tell you, it did become the truth of this life. I am not what I claim to be. That is now the truth that I live by. And the consequence was a burning fire in this one. To no longer be able to say that. I wanted more than anything else one day to say, I am what I claim to be. And if I can't say this, then I'm not going to bother. If it's not true, I won't bother. But some of these things that I really wish were true, I am going to make them true. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, what occurs so that the seventh suit is made?
Say that again.
What occurs?
What occurs?
Yeah.
What do you mean, what event? Is that what you mean? It's hard to say, because it depends on a lot of things. That one is weird. It's not as easy to generalize about. And sometimes it doesn't. Some people never make it. They don't do very well in this world. People who don't make it. And we're sort of dependent on people having made it. If you arrive here and you haven't made that decision, you will probably be somehow discouraged from staying because there's not much you can do. That's what we have to work with. That's the part of things that can undergo a transformation. Is the part that was willing to make that seventh decision. So I don't know what necessarily the exact event will be, but it's got to be made somehow. You've got to think you're worth all of this effort somehow. And if it's because you think you're important, fine. I don't care. But you've got to be able to look at self somehow and think that you're worth going to this much trouble for. It's just the way it is. I don't know, somehow I had a pretty low opinion of Phil, but still I did think he was worth the effort. So, it's just the way it's got to be. Substitutes for a sense of your own value for a while so you can get things done, because you can't do anything without a sense of your own value. It's just the way it is. If you think you're worthless, you really can't get anything done, because nothing is worth the effort. On the occasions when we talk about it, we just try to encourage people to make it something a little more useful than I'm important, okay? That one's actually, of all of them, the easiest to change. Because it happens way after a person has started kind of functioning a little bit as a human being. It's not quite as entrenched. Any other questions and comments? Kind of running out of time. There's only about one more thing I really would like to talk about before I split. So if there's no questions, let's take a shorter break than the last few. Start up again.